starting now.
Okay. There we are. All right, and do myself a favor, and you know, you can start filling in airtime while you're doing stuff, and I can, you know, help you with that. We can exchange grunts to each other.
I see that Ramona Halita Henry was already looking for us, anticipating our appearance. So, okay, so we're on live, and it's April 17th. We are. This is Critical Omissions with host Douglas Dietrich and his producer in his Toronto studios, Paul Privara. And let me see. Okay, so she hears us now. Okay, she knows. So so welcome everyone. We're just gonna work our way up to the top of the hour here, and get the bandwidth kind of, you know, energized. Okay, so yeah,
wonderful. You're doing wonderful.
Well, let me see here. Now, I spend I don't know.
I'll let people know that.
Yeah.
Ramona Halita Henry has published her Golden Star, which expresses the fact that she hears us. And I invite everyone to go over to my personal friends page, which is the closest that we have to a chat room. And on my personal friends page at www.facebook.com/Douglas D. Dietrich, you should find, when you scroll down, a nice large golden star as published by Ramona Halita Henry, which will say that the sound is loud and clear, and that Showtime Live is the stage of the moment. Sarah Shields has already acknowledged that with a heart. Shout out to Sarah Shields, and a kiss as well to the lovely Ramona Halita Henry, the closest that we have to a chat room monitor, on the closest that we have to a chat room. I will ask, of course, my dear executive producer, Pavel Pravara, to track that golden star and share it on his own timeline. Always makes it easier for everyone.
Just got it.
Okay, I know for a fact that we are echoing, so everything is transferring well. And so now I'm going to set up an independent link in the last few minutes we have before the top of the hour. And I'll ask Paul to bring up something on his mind concerning, shall we say, just current events. We've got two women who have been essentially kind of kicked out of Canadian government fairly recently, having to do with some Trudeau scandals. What was this about? Is this like a developing misogyny, some kind of like reactionary autocracy developing in Canada, or what? What was going on with that? If you know at all.
Yeah, everything that I knew, I kind of addressed a bit last time, but it essentially, yes, it kind of, I think that's the best reading of it, is it really, like, he pulled it off with his autocracy, man. I should have actually played the clip where he went on, announced their where they were expelled from the Liberal Party and the Liberal. I don't know if they must have been in the caucus too, but yeah, as I mentioned last time, the controversy really would makes it look like the Prime Minister has egg on his face is two things. This Wilson Raybould, she was the first Native American to be Minister of Justice, and so that's a big deal in the history of Canada and the governing of it and the government. And for it to end this badly, where she ended up being, expelled from the Liberal Party, really puts a whole black mark on the whole Liberal sort of party, and what they have been trying to stand for and touting as one of their achievements. And I don't know how long they've been in power, but it's I think, let me see. No, they've only done one term, as far as I know. Is Prime Minister Trudeau. Though I don't know if there were Liberals in power. I think it went straight from Harper to Liberals. I don't keep up that much, as you can see. I was because of the internet, I started to become more interested in international type of politics. But I'm trying to read up more, and now that I keep getting Canadian questions. Now, last time when as I was editing the stream, you were asking if it's. You were going to ask us if it's all right to refer to Canada as a Dominion, as a former British colony, and that if anybody's offended. I thought about it, and I think in the context for yourself as a military historian, I think that adding that emphasis on it being it's sort of that adjective of the Dominion gives it that historical context, and so I think in the various narratives that are addressed, it does seem appropriate. I think it's a good highlight of what Canada, because it does play a huge role, and still, if somebody observes the parliamentary politics in Canada, they would definitely see this very sort of British type of system set up, though not as. Thankfully, it is not the British system, though. They seem to be more reasonable here. Seems to be more parliamentary. Yeah, so the Prime Minister at this point, the other thing that was really that people picked on is the way he fired it. And I addressed this last time, and this, maybe I should look this up at some point, is what I didn't get, and I thought about it, I'm glad you brought it up again, because what I didn't get at is when he was firing them, what he picked on was the fact that this Wilson Raybould, she recorded one of the clerks that was also, I think, a council. And the Prime Minister picked on this as the thing which sort of like snapped the camel's back, the straw that snapped the camel's back. And but when you hear him speaking and the way he phrases it, it sounds like this patronizing, snotty, like bratty, dude, man, like telling this woman, like, look, you did this bad thing, and it's like she's supposed to be like a little girl afraid of him or something like that. And that, now I don't know, I'm a little more where I'll say, okay, well, there's a bit of a French side. He sometimes takes this when he deals it in front of the public. He maybe doesn't quite give it the sophistication that he might in French. I don't know. A lot of times when French politics, they do engage them quite. They're more. It's kind of interesting. They may be more like the British politics in that they there's more conflict, party splitting, and they've been more virulent over the decades. Possibly, I mean, we just had a election in Alberta, and I'm not sure who won, but was a question as to, now these are provincial politics. I saw this graphic about Canada and showing how Canadians relate, whether they relate to their neighbors east-west or north and south. And predominantly the North American continent, it seems to divide as far as, for instance, Albertans seem to relate, like, on the whole, to about like 30% more to, say, people from Montana and, out of the Midwest and that, like, culturally. And people out east here might relate more down to the eastern part, like, I don't know, more like the New York culturally, whereas people out in Vancouver relate more down to Oregon and California. Kind of an interesting study that was done on Canadians. More than, for instance, where it might be 30% going down south, it might only be 10% where Manitobans, I don't know, sort of Albertans to Ontarians, they don't relate as much as, for instance, Albertans to people from Montana. Rodeos and football and so on. Anyhow, now let me see. I've been more looking back again into Toronto politics. bit of talking culture. Something that came up here was this mayor of Toronto. Not Toronto. I call him. That's a funny slip because he certainly acts like the mayor of Toronto. But he was he was elected as the premier of Ontario, and one of the things that he's bringing back is a policy, and to show some difference between Canada and American culture, is they brought up before the Parliament allowing tailgate parties to be held for Canadian Football League games in, I don't know if for all the cities, some of the cities. And then I heard some of the debate as to why for Canada this ultimately is not a good idea, that the facility is not placed. But these are legal, and they go on in every NFL game down in the States. A lot of people, Canadians drive down to Buffalo, for instance, to even attend these. But it shows you that in Canada it's actually a debate, whereas in down in the States this is like a reality. Before I've taken most NFL games, Canada things kind of like, now I don't know, maybe it's actually only in Ontario because he's the premier of Ontario, so he would only be able to that's true, not for Canada obviously, though it's the CFL, which is the Canadian Football League. See, he wanted to allow for Ottawa, Hamilton, and Toronto. His government wants to allow tailgate parties in those cities. And the argument is that those cities are actually not set up because the stadiums are quite old. They're usually in fairly crowded districts, and it would destroy the bars, because essentially most people go to bars before the games. Anyway, that's just silly politics, but it ends up being a debate up here. Something that occurred, I think, last week. So that's on an Ontario level. Yeah, so Alberta has the Olympics, and I've been tuning in. This is completely sidetracking, but a bit of watching some of the opening hockey games as the second season of what's called the NHL started. So just looking in an hour here to that. Toronto has a basketball team in the playoffs, so that's probably like the most exciting stuff around here for people in Southern Ontario. Now let me see. So I wonder who won in Alberta. I wish somebody would let us know. It was Miss Notley was the Liberal. I was curious about that, and I forgot to check. I think the Liberals did win. It matters because she's a Liberal, and it mainly comes down to Canada just put in the carbon tax. And there's obviously, this is quite controversial, and there's a lot of backlash. There's a whole bunch of graphs as to how much more people will be paying, how many cents more on we have it in liters up here in Canada, we're metric, so though we can figure it out in gallons. But it's some of these measures for also that are climate change. How would I put it? Fighting climate change. I never liked the word fighting necessarily, but I can see why they take that approach. It is a fight, obviously, and it has turned into much more of a fight. It's almost becoming a rebellion now, and it's been really fueled by a lot of young people. And I watched some of the reports from Europe about some of the meetings and that. And it's like people at the high school level, 15, 16, that are really bringing that debate to the front, to the politicians of the European Union and around. So Canada has gone full carbon tax. And so, for instance, the premier here in Ontario, this Douglas Ford, they've already sued the federal government over this tax, trying to call it illegal and so on, and if the Albertan government, if they also got a PC, they obviously rely on oil as sort of, I mean, they don't have to, but it's kind of ended up like that, being a big tar sand. I don't know what do you do with tar sand? Like, you have to rip it out of the ground, I take it, or just suck it out of the ground and then process it. So I just always think of it as pretty polluting. But anyhow, for Alberta, this is a pretty major issue, and so whoever wins might also, be on the bandwagon of this Douglas Ford and go against the federal government. And in Canada, the politics, it really is a bit of a fight between the provincial and the federal layers of the government. Because the federals, they are almost like mini states on their own, and have this type of legislative power. Like this Douglas Ford shows he's really taking Ontario. They just published their budget actually for Ontario, and the cuts are pretty major. They're going from, they had, for instance, 35 health centers, and they're cutting it down to 10 health centers. The health ministers are already warning that if they do $200 million worth of cuts, that Toronto might stands to get more outbreaks. They had a SARS outbreak. Toronto's known for I forgot when that was. Like, it might have been in the 90s or the early 2000s, 2006. I think that was. They had a SARS outbreak. I think several, possibly thousand people infected. And others, and they're saying, a cut like that could opens Toronto up again to this kind of. I walked through Toronto yesterday, and I walked back from where I used to work more on the east side. I'm walking back into the denser part of the city, and just amazing how much denser it's gotten in the years that I've lived here. I remember this city about almost 30 years back, where throughout the middle and down by railroad tracks, there was essentially nothing. You would barely see people there, and they built a massive condominium complex. Like, we're talking, I'd say at least 15, possibly to 20, maybe up to upwards of 30 towers. And then that's all filled in along the rails with about 6-story buildings. I think there's a bit of a cap moving out where I worked. So but I took a walk through, and the density is just unbelievable. It's really, Toronto is not too bad in that it had a whole lot of housing. Where I actually walked through that city in 1870, it was just a massive, large prison. I know this because there was a tablet there, like engraved in steel, and it talked about a battle where it was the War of 1812, where which was between the Britain and the Americans, and this was on the shores. Back then, Toronto was called York, and the British general who was they had a fort essentially still, I think, behind the river. This was mostly plains, and like I say, it was a prison complex by 1870, massive long prison. But back then it was just a fort by a river, and here it was plains. And anyway, the Yankees, they came in 6 boats, flotillas, and they tried to get on board, and this British general took obviously 100 natives. They had natives and blacks, on in the army. Then they were using them, and so what he did was he took 100 natives and went ahead and started firing on this flotilla, and didn't do that much damage. And the flotilla basically managed to board take land, because there's an island out here. I don't know if they use the island, but I think there's a bit of a peninsula that runs out in the east, and so they managed to get a foot on the peninsula, and then eventually chased this British general, who ended up basically taking to sacrifice these 100 natives in front of these flotilla 6 deep, and they had to run behind the gates of this fort, and then later retreat to even further behind the river, behind one of these valleys, into a garrison. Yeah. So anyway, on my walk yesterday, I read that. It was kind of funny because I worked there for a long time, so I discovered one of the things is the history of Toronto that occurred there. That's
that was one.
Ontario, mm-hmm. Toronto politics, and taking you back up to Canadian at the federal level, and tying it back to a bit of North American, and how it sort of interacts with America, the United States, and Canada. And there you go.
Great, and very deeply appreciate it. We always love to hear your voice, and we hope everything is going well with your family. Is there any updates to provide us about that?
Oh, yes, thank you. Yeah, The surgery was a success. My sibling is home already. Today she arrived by taxi from the hospital. One night, I think 2 nights, and things are progressing along, and the healing process has begun. And so far, good news so far. Yeah. So thank you for asking, and thank you for all the good wishes to people
That's
on
wonderful.
Facebook.
Yes, yes, and that's wonderful. That's wonderful, and I want to thank you for everything that you do. And I want people to know that we'll be touching on any number of subjects tonight, and I may as well get started. We are now almost a quarter of an hour into transmission, and I want Pavel to do one last thing. Could you address the fact that we've reached 700 subscribers, something which people have congratulated us on? Tell us some of your perspectives on that for the Douglas Dietrich channel, about how the fact that we had there's so many, of course, that I had raised over the years when we were affiliated, of course, with Amber Rose Dio, which was a person we had never wanted to be affiliated with at all, but was actually pushed onto ourselves in an offer I couldn't refuse by the Aquino cult quite some time ago, actually brought in by my former Executrix producer in probably the worst decision she ever made in terms of just affiliating with someone that I would have otherwise have ignored. And thankfully, it all worked out for the best in the end, because the videos that were produced with my affiliation with her were ultimately stored throughout the years by the great Mr. Jonathan Warrington, the greatest Briton of them all, as far as I'm concerned, far exceeding in any contribution to humanity anything, as you'll find out tonight, ever contributed by that subhuman piece of shit named Winston Churchill. Aside from that, though, any observations on the 700 subscriber watermark, and where we can hope to go from here?
Yes, I love to share my what that means, and I'm very pleased with that there is this kind of response to the channel, because it makes it. Yeah, I'm glad you asked, because it brings up something that really kind of like makes this fun and enjoyable from a producer standpoint, is to be able to make this channel possible and give people a chance to access these transmissions. And I have some excellent news that I can share. So I'm really glad that you asked me, and we'll use this 700 subscriber mark to announce it as well. Is I've reviewed much more of the archive that we have salvaged from Revolution Radio, which is essentially, so far appears to be all of it, I would say. And that's thanks to our deep space pilot, investigator, and well, more than investigator, essentially deep space pilot. I think how would you call that? This kind of like very, exploring the edge. So he's
the lead bandsman, Mr.
He goes by Zeb Shepard, and his name is Ron Stroini. Very good. I want to ask him actually if we could possibly play his music during the break. I haven't contacted him, but I will. But what's excellent is that, I've been putting dates on some of this archive. So now we have about the breadth of what we're going to be able to put out. And, along with our man John Warrington there, who's provided a substantial part, we're going to be able to fill in the background on this. And so now I get to the fun part, which is thinking about how to distribute it. And what I'll do is I'll create, now I have a chance to do what I really wanted to do, is when I started out and joined the team, is to create the one massive archive that we can distribute on whole. And I know the format I'm looking into, this is my idea, is to essentially I'll package it into a kind of like a torrent, almost like a feed, a torrent package. And that's one way. I mentioned torrent mainly because there are lots of ways to distribute it, and this way, if people understand it, what I get a chance to do now is that we have the full archives and we can assemble it, I can use my workstations to transcode them into the formats that are needed. And so, for instance, with something like torrent, what do you call it? The well, the torrent algorithm essentially now it's been upgraded so that you can stream from it, for instance, and things like that. So what I'll do is the aim with all of this will be to put it out there so that people who, like John Warrington, who like to access this kind of stuff, will have like this one main crate that can be accessed and shared on these, like all kinds of providers that provide this type of storage. I like I just mentioned torrent as like I think from a software and from our situation, I think it's a good thing to take advantage of. I think it's made for something like this where we need to get a big storage out. So and this way it makes it a network accessible, and we'll be off. So but even more, yeah. So now we can go ahead and establish this kind of like full out archive, man. We've succeeded actually in what we've been sort of struggling in the last 4 months, for 5-6 months, I would say, to change the tide of this curse that was under the previous executive producer, the stinking Amber Rose Dio there. So and she really
yes.
She only managed to attract the wrong kind of attention, and that provided it was too upside down. Everything was upside down, and you never knew where we would land, and there was no stability to essentially go ahead and take these kind of larger steps that are needed to preserve the breadth of work that's been done since, from what I saw, we're going back to 2012, 2013, and it's worth all the historical educational material that's there is worth preserving. And see, I'm just one person, right? I get to format it and prepackage it and get it ready, but it'll probably be up to other people to take a hold and maybe make extra like notes, like what I talked to our managers and informed her of this, and she's been actually doing the bulk of the work of that, and I started putting on some dates in that, but that's looking really good, so I'm excited. So people can look for more, and so subscribing, I feel like the 700 subscribers, my mouth is getting dry. I read something about people who speak a long time. I watched this person make a presentation about speech recognition, and he managed to actually, this was in 2013, he did this presentation to preserve himself from wrist strain, repeat strain wrist injury, RSI. He managed to program his computer using just words, like his audio programming, using a voice, and the computer recognized it. Did a pretty good job. But he also mentioned that after using your voice for a long time, you just become dry. And so it actually, there's different kinds of repetitive stress injury. Anyhow, so I feel like the 700 subscribers, we've kind of like lifted the curse, and so I really appreciate for the people that have, and I hope they enjoy what we keep on publishing, and watch out for some of the changes, and as we put in more things, and I'll leave it about there for the exciting news. Thank you for bringing that up, Douglas. Excellent.
Thank
for
you.
Me. Yes, that's something I wanted to mention.
Oh, my pleasure. Great, and definitely glad that you have placed that into perspective for all of us. And with that, I'll tear into the subjects that we're going to cover tonight, and there's quite a bit that have been brought up by a number of things that have been happening worldwide. But let's start with the personal to take us to the bottom of the hour. Want to give a shout out initially to Daniel Arola. I want him to know we have not forgotten that he too has relations that have been impacted by health issues, and our dear grandmother Ramona Halitha Henry sends her best wishes and prayers to his relations and his loved ones, that they too can recover recover from their recent health impacts. And along with Ramona Halitha Henry, who says that she hears us loud and clear, we're getting the same from J. Mo Reese, Joseph Grissom, who I'm going to give a special shout out to in a matter of moments, and Mr. Sammy Romero. All of these outstanding men, different each in their own way to the contributions that they provide as the community. And with Daniel Arola, of course, he has his own martial arts dojo, which he, well, some people would say it's more like a back alley street gang, but, you know, he does what he does. And I want to, of course, bring up Maria Michala Grigorich as well within a matter of minutes. And a shout out before any of them to Eric Lastic, who left us some poetry on my timeline, and that is awesome in its imagery, very short, like a haiku. And aside from all of that I'm overlooking right now, to concludist with Daniel Arola, he was forced by having his timeline deactivated by his cyberbullying the cyberbullies. He was forced to establish another timeline under an alias, the alias of Kane Lawless. Kane spelled with a K. You can look that up on Facebook, should you wish. And on his Kane Lawless Facebook timeline, he published a video, which is what a drive-by segment snippet of one of my past transmissions, in which he said, "Goddess blesses the DDD." Basically, that's his meme or his catchphrase, his calling card, if you will, his coinage. And the entitlement of this particular drive-by snippet of one of my past transmissions be enchantments, a rational phenomena that operates outside of scientific research. Douglas Dietrich. So again, that's enchantments. You can find that on YouTube. Look up Douglas Dietrich enchantments and you'll probably find it. And you can find many such snippets or drive-by segments on Daniel Arola's YouTube channel. Taboo Bros 2, taboo being spelled T-A-B-O-O, and bros being a separate word, B-R-O-S, Taboo Bros 2, and look that up. And this particular segment on enchantments is cut from the July 25th, 2018 transmission of Critical Omissions. And on there, our lovely lady Maria Michala Grigorich was kind enough to leave the following statement, which everyone responded to positively. She got nigh a dozen responses, clicks, and likes on this. She says, "Absolutely, and keep him safe, for our world definitely needs him, and other truth seekers very desperately. Blessed be Douglas Dwayne Dietrich, Daniel Arola, Kane Lawless, and all those tagged in this post with triple hearts." And of course, I'm sure she's also thinking of our executive producer, Pavel Pravara. Now, from Daniel Grissom, or Grisham, hopefully one of these days he'll tell me how it's pronounced. We have a wonderful post I've not yet been able to respond to verbally, but I've been able to acknowledge it by hearting it. And that was left on April 12th, literally almost a week ago at this point, in which he took a look at the website managed by our managers, Lena Shea. Shout out to that particular fangirl. And she does this for our Maki benefactress. And in terms of her management, she put up Roswell and the Rising Sun, How Japan Won World War II. And she published that on April 9th of 2019. It was accessed by Joe Grisham, who on April 12th at 7 p.m. was kind enough to leave a post about this saying, "This conference is epic. I was watching it with my brother, who was seeing it for the first time, and he was astonished by the information. Thank you, Douglas. When I was a child and I first heard about the war," meaning World War II, of course, the war, "my immediate instinct was to love the Germans and the Japanese, and I experienced a visceral revulsion toward the Allies. I cannot explain the origin of those feelings, but I have always had them. Now I understand as why. Thank you so much, dear Joe. Blessings be unto you and all your loved ones." And of course, that brings us to another wonderful human being who is very supportive and has just subscribed to our channel as well. She's probably the 700 and doesn't thought by now that we've gotten about half a dozen to a dozen people since they have 700 mark, and that is the Grand Madame Judith Eger, who may very well be with us this Sunday or the Sunday thereafter. She is working on getting her electricity settled and getting her computer, or rather information systems units, coordinated again, because they've undergone some damage, and computers are an expensive investment. She's going to try and get aspects of them repaired, or at least work with them in the damaged condition they are in now. They had something to do with an electrical outburst, or a kind of a oversurge, something of that nature. That I know that these are kind of incorrect terms. Power surges are the correct terms. Something of that nature happened, something similar to that took out her ability to communicate with the outside world via her information processing systems, her computers. So she's working on trying to get a very, shall we say, battered laptop up to snuff, where she may be able to join us on the crises which are developing per the Indonesian genocide as being perpetrated against the indigenous peoples of Papua New Guinea. So my shout out to her, my volcano crown princess of the Pacific, and our primary correspondent in the Hawaiian Islands, and who has her residence on the Garden Island of Kauai. Now, with all of the personal stuff taken care of, I'm going to go here now at the bottom of the hour in depth into the world around us. Sorry for the muffling of my voice there. I'm actually switching from my t-shirt to a sweatshirt at the moment. And so don't like doing this while live transmitting, but hey, you know, gives you a feeling of just how comfortable I am with all of you. No, I'm not getting dressed into something more sexy. I know I was asked by a number of men to get back into the nun outfit and actually turn on the camera, but I'm not going to do that even for when I'm being interviewed on camera with the kids on the Strange Tales Weekly, which will be with a shout out to Joe Boyer and all of the team, Jess Raj and Eric Holder. I hope I got the other two affiliates' names correctly. If not, I'll get them right by Sunday transmission. And we did a practice run. Everything works great, and we will be live streaming with them in what I hope will become something that's fairly regular, and what might turn into a perma-guest relation, where maybe once every other month I can join them, and that would at least, you know, give us about 18 hours in a full year on Strange Tales Weekly, if I did 3 hours every other month with them, and that would be the equivalent of an 18-hour college course. Probably a lot of stuff would be re-recovered in terms of their questions, bringing up stuff that I haven't talked about in ages. And so I do look forward to working with them. Now, one last final run for the moment through my timelines to see if anybody's left any other messages for us on the quality of our transmission. And want to thank Lena Shea for saying that she hears us loud and clear. We'll be acknowledging her comment entry there in a matter of moments. We have other people acknowledging our link, and live link is working and people are taking advantage of it. And now that we're just right past the bottom of the hour, I don't see anything in particular on the public community fan page in terms of feedback, but we've got on our regular timeline, our personal friends page, Lena Shea giving us a I can hear you, and I've received that as well from the Grand Madam Judith Agert on her island of Kauai. So we're heard all the way across the Pacific. And of course, we've got Ramona Halitha Henry kind of herding the crowd here on the timeline to keep things well behaved. And as to Daniel Arola, don't take it personally. I hid from the timeline that bizarre hypno wheel that you entered on my post. I appreciate it. I understand you're being effusive. It makes me dizzy to look at things like that. And, you know, you can always express your effusing your enthusiasm by something that doesn't spin, okay? Because it just it gives me vertigo. And other than that, shout out as well to Majikia Young and his family, Kira Young and the Eagle Young. They are regular followers of mine, and they're people who have been around since the Revolution Radio days. They were on that platform. Shout out to that wonderful family of Native American and European American composition. So with that and all of those acknowledgments, let's tear into all of the subjects at hand per the week remaining. We've only got a few days left this week. And this Friday, there's a number of things happening into the weekend. We have people of faith gathering in prayer for, quote unquote, Good Friday. Oh, I hate that. Okay. That is not the proper name for the day in which pious people of faith respect, honor, and deeply mourn the torture and crucifixion of their Lord and Savior. Fasting and penance are the order of the day as Christians the world over mark our Lord and Savior, Jesus Christus, and his crucifixion on Great Hallowed Black Eastertide Friday. And at sundown, Jews begin the 8-day celebration of Passover, commemorating the people's exodus from slavery in Egypt. And then Christians celebrate in turn with Easter Sunday. I will be transmitting this Easter Sunday, but we are into Eastertide, and important to emphasize to everyone that there is nothing good about Good Friday other than the fact that people are in deep grief as a faith concerning the transitional passing of their Lord and Savior prior resurrection. The old Orthodox Church of Byzantium always referenced this day as Great Hallowed Black Eastertide. So Good Friday is something that crept up later in Western history as an example of what today we would call political correctness. Dismiss it and don't ever use that term. Good Friday for the Orthodox Christian faith, the faith of which I am formally baptized into, having been consecrated as a serving with the Serbian dynasty of Karađorđević, the royal family of Serbia, during the Balkan Secession Wars. They could not abide by a non-Christian in their ranks, particularly one in direct service to the crown of Byzantium. And as a result, I was baptized in a battlefield baptism into the Serbian Orthodox faith. Our Black Eastertide of Great and Holy Friday is not until the 26th of this month, because the Church of the East uses the Julian calendar. So the Gregorian calendar has it a week early. I will not be celebrating Easter or the Great and Holy Black Friday until Friday of next week, and Easter into the weekend of next week as well. So just something for people to understand in terms of different cultures. Now, the Friday of this week, on Great Hallowed Black Eastertide Friday, the House of Horrors parents are receiving sentence. David and Louis Turpin, or David and Louise Turpin, who held their 13 children captive for years inside their California home, are due to be sentenced into Eastertide weekend. And on Great Hallowed Black Eastertide Friday, they face 25 years to life in prison. We can only hope they get life. The couple pleaded guilty to charges including torture and false imprisonment of all 13 of their own offspring. So, without going into the details of that horror story at the moment, We've got another horror story that took place today. The Denver school closings. A credible threat closed the schools near Columbine. Schools around Denver were closed today as police attempted to track down a woman who reportedly had an infatuation with the Columbine mass shooting. Sol-Pei, her first name spelled as the Hellenic term for sun, S-O-L, similar to Augustus Sol Invictus, the man who is a cultist of Michael Aquino, who orchestrated the human sacrifice that took place of Heather Holman at Charlottesville. This young lady, too, had the ancient Greco-Romanic name for our primary star, around which all the planets of our solar system be bound. Sol, S-O-L. And her surname, P-A-I-S. Sol-Pei, 18 years of age, traveled Monday this week from Miami to Denver and immediately went to a store and purchased a shotgun and ammunition, as confirmed by the Federal Bureau of Investigations. It's believed she made credible but unspecific threats and was considered a danger to the community and schools. The 20th anniversary of the Columbine High School shooting, in which 2 students killed 12 classmates and an educator, be Saturday. Columbine marks a grim milestone for the American anti-culture of prison, rape, massacre, and gratuitous violence. The community that's home to the Columbine massacre, considered the first mass school shooting of the modern era, will look back this Saturday on 20 years since the high school attack, in which a dozen students and their teacher were killed in an episode that would come to portend a mass anti-culture of campus violence across America. Now, the woman hunt, underway through the majority of today, initiated after the credible threat at Columbine High, involved this Florida teen infatuated with Columbine, who made threats as she went to Colorado. And I can speak of it in the past tense because she now be dead. The FBI Denver Division and Jefferson County Sheriff's Office were asking for the public's help regarding a potential credible threat in the Denver metropolitan area throughout today. Authorities have confirmed an armed teenager whose threats forced the closure of 19 school districts across Colorado was found dead from an apparent self-inflicted gunshot wound. Now, last night, Sol-Pei traveled to Colorado and made threats in the Denver metropolitan area. She be a white female, 18 years of age, approximately 5 foot 5 inches in height, with brown hair. She was last seen wearing a black t-shirt, camouflage pants, and black combat boots. She was last seen in the foothills of Jefferson County. She was armed and considered to be extremely dangerous. The body of Sol-Pei, the 18-year-old from Florida, was found this morning in Littleton, as confirmed by Jefferson County Sheriff Jeff Schrader. Investigators said they don't think Pei made it onto the grounds of Columbine High School. Authorities assert Pei was, quote-unquote, infatuated with the Columbine shooting and made threats as she traveled to Colorado throughout this week, the same week as the 20th anniversary of the Columbine High School massacre, which left 13 people dead. Per Dean Phillips, the special agent in charge of the Denver FBI office, Pei made these credible but inspecific threats after traveling from Miami to Denver on Monday night this week. After Pei arrived in Colorado, she immediately entered a store and purchased a pump-action shotgun and ammunition, as traced by the FBI. Pei was considered a threat to the community and schools, but there was no information on any specific threat to a particular place. At least 19 school districts that I was able to confirm myself closed in response. Per Superintendent Jason Class, I was informed that with the search for Pei now over, Jefferson County schools will reopen tomorrow. But there will be heightened safety and security procedures ahead of Saturday's 20th anniversary of the Columbine Massacre. Boulder Valley School District Superintendent Rob Anderson said the decision to close school today was an easy choice among Denver area superintendents. As Anderson wrote to parents today, "We couldn't take the risk of having one student or staff member injured, so superintendents unanimously decided late last night to close school." Now remember, the teen in question was last seen wearing camouflage. Daisy Gonzalez-Diego, spokeswoman for Miami-Dade County Public Schools, informs us that Pei was a student at Miami Beach Senior High School. But Gonzalez-Diego has declined to provide us any more details about the late young lady Pei. After the 18-year-old arrived in Colorado the day before yesterday, she immediately purchased a pump-action shotgun and ammunition and went to the foothills near Denver. And yesterday, Phillips confirmed that her comments, her actions that we have heard about from others tend to cause us great concern that she posed a threat to a school in area. Now, prior to news of Pei's death, a man who said he was Pei's father told the Miami Herald he lost contact with his daughter Sunday. He told the Herald, "I think maybe she's got a mental problem." And of course, this opens a wound. On Adolf Hitler's birthday, the 20th of April, circa 1999, 2 students killed 12 of their schoolmates and their instructor in a mass shooting at the high school in the town of Littleton, about 10 miles from Denver, I believe. Sheriff Schrader said this week's potential threat of violence adds more pain to a community still grieving. To quote his T, "I know that this opens a wound, especially on an anniversary week, for those families who were most deeply impacted by this." Now, I've gone into some depth in the past and may yet again in the future return to the fact that the Parkland, Florida suicide deaths highlight long-term psychological impacts of mass shootings. 20 years on, Columbine survivors tell Parkland students, "We're sorry, we couldn't stop it." In other words, they feel that they failed to take the social action necessary to bring the necessary response to school massacres. So you've got 2 high school massacres, 2 communities changed forever, 2 fateful days, 2 decades apart. Tragic bookends in the history of the American anti-culture of prison rape and mass violence. In all, those 2 incidents alone, 30 lives lost. 13 in Colorado, circa 1999, 17 in Florida, circa 2018. Hundreds more survived the gunfire. Most escaped the bullets. Still, they all carry invisible scars. Any loud sound can shatter their day. Sirens sounding, fire alarms ringing, a car backfiring. Time does little to heal the triggers. And the 3 recent suicides, 2 Parkland survivors, and the father of a 6-year-old girl killed in a mass school shooting at Sandy Hook in Connecticut, only heighten the struggle of the other gun lobby, the lobby of mass shooting survivors. This coming Saturday marks 20 years since the massacre at Columbine High School near Denver. The shooting at Marjory Stoneman Douglas High School, north of Miami, is 14 months fresh. What would survivors of these twin tragedies have to teach each other? Now, I had the privilege of being allowed to preview an interview in which this actually happened. 4 mass shooting survivors from Columbine agreed to travel to Parkland to meet with 4 of their counterparts and speak with CNN's Brooke Baldwin at the nearby Coral Springs Museum of Art. All 8 took note of the exits before taking their seats, something they do instinctively and reflexively now, and saw which one would set off an alarm. 7 of the 8 have sought professional mental help. And together, given their shared dark experiences, they hope to help and bring light to each other, because trauma doesn't stop when the bullets stop flying. 2 of the 4 Columbine survivors said they've struggled with suicidal thoughts since 12 students and a teacher were taken from them on the birthday of Adolf Hitler, dated 20th April, that year in 1999. Zach Cartea had a plan to end it 4 years ago when he was 33. He just spent the weekend in jail following a domestic dispute. He planned to drive into the mountains, attach a hose to his car's exhaust pipe, and let the carbon monoxide kill him. There would be no goodbye note, no desperate messages to friends, nothing. To quote his T, I wanted to go silently. I just wanted to leave the world as quietly as I came into it. His mother's intuition saved his life. He said, my mother literally caught me on the way out the door. Something in her knew that something wasn't right. He checked into an intensive outpatient program for 3 months, meeting day and night with psychiatrists and counselors, and talking with others in group therapy. He continued with various therapies in the months afterwards, and immersed himself in the Rebels Project, a support group formed by Columbine survivors. And in the interview I was privileged to preview, he shared his experience with Parkland survivors Dimitri Hoff, saying, you have to go out in the world and make your own way, and it's really difficult, and it's really isolating, and it's really lonely. If we're freaking out, or if we're having a panic attack, or if we're just in a low mood, we're really good at hiding it because we want to be normal. Now, Coney Sanders wasn't a student at the high school, but she was no less haunted by what happened. Her father, Dave Sanders, was a teacher and coach, killed at Columbine. Her father had dedicated his life to coaching track, girls basketball, and softball for 24 years, nigh a quarter of a century. He had 3 daughters. And his final words were, tell my girls I love them. His family chooses to believe that he was speaking not just about his daughters, but about all the girls he'd ever coached as well. Now, after the massacre, Coney says she wouldn't have said suicidal if anybody had asked. But one night, she admits, she took too many sleeping pills and thought, it would feel so good if it could just all be over, and I could be back with him. So it's important, she said, for the Parkland students to know that it's okay to not be okay. Something I've often said myself on record. To quote her verbatim, this trauma doesn't stop when the bullets stop. For the Parkland survivors, the honesty at that conference was jarring because it brought about a realization that the issues they face are forever. To quote us Sari Kaufman, who was a sophomore on February 14th, that Valentine's Day, when the massacre took place yesteryear, when 14 students and 3 staff members were killed at Marjory Stoneman Douglas, she said, it terrifies me to know that this is going to be throughout my life forever. That's when Mei Ling Ho-Shing, now a senior, added, the fact that it's been 19 years going on 20, and you're still going through that. Wow. So Dmitry wanted to know, simply, does it ever get any better? And of course, the answer to that is that it's inescapable. It does, but it's a marathon. And that's what the Columbine principal told survivors the day after the shooting. And it's a mantra they carry with them to this day. A young lady named Amy Over was a senior circa 1999. She told the Parkland students that there will be really dark days throughout their years ahead, but that one does learn coping skills to help manage the pain. But they must always be true to yourself, as was said in that conference. Be true to yourself. Now, the Florida survivors, Amy Over and the others from Columbine, have already inspired millions around the globe with their activism. Unafraid to confront lawmakers on the need to change gun laws. And to quote us, Amy, you're going to find what works for you and what doesn't work for you. Now, Brandon Abzug was friends with Sidney Aiello, surname spelled A-I-E-L-L-O, whose suicide last month shook Parkland all over again. They met each other serving in student government. In their senior year, the two shared AP Environmental Science. The instructor seated students alphabetically. So Brando Abzug relates that her last name of Sidney being Aiello and his being Abzug, they were always next to each other. Now it be more vital than ever, he says, to seek help and stay in touch with every survivor, because surviving a mass shooting stays with you. It's inescapable. And in terms of the young lady Mei Ling, she knew Calvin Dezer, a 16-year-old Parkland student who took his life in March this year. They weren't close friends, but he once presented her with an award for her activism. So to quote a she, it's painful. I know friends who graduated who call me crying after a suicide. They just wanted to come home because they feel so far away now. Now, Mei Ling was on the second floor of the building where the shooting unfolded at Marjory Stoneman Douglas. She could smell the gun smoke and hear the screams of classmates as they died. When police entered her classroom, they had their guns drawn. As a colored Afro-Asian American, Mei Ling admits it was trauma on top of trauma. Indeed, her friends call it the Trauma Olympics, an unofficial pecking order of who is allowed to grieve more, depending on where you were in the school, whether you were shot, or whether you knew somebody who died. And Coney, who was 24 when she lost her father, says there was a similar ranking among Columbine survivors. And through her tears, she related that she would hear things like, well, you didn't lose a child, but she lost her dad. It's like she spends a lot of time, or all of Columbine as a community spends a lot of time comparing their grief and comparing their trauma, and there's no comparison. So the Columbine students told their younger peers to seek help, speak out, don't ignore your feelings. And as they sat together, Amy told Brando, you're going to go through really dark times. Times where you don't think you can take another step forward. But you learn coping skills. You figure out, I need to go get help. For me, as per Amy herself, she said she had to go punch something. So she wound up getting herself involved with amateur boxing. Now, Laura Farber, who directed the documentary entitled We Are Columbine, for Saturday's 2-decade mark, when it transmits for the general public to review, she suggests be selfish. And Amy responded by saying, for me, predictability is what I need in my life because I was expecting to go to lunch on the 20th and my whole world changed. We have this beautiful club that at first no one wanted to be a part of, but it's become part of my identity. I'm proud of who I am. I'm proud of where I'm going. We're no longer a club. This is a movement. And she looked at Dimitri, Mei Ling, Sari, and Brandon, the survivors of the Parkland massacre, and told them, you guys are my people. So the St. Valentine's Day massacre survivors are now part of an ever-growing family of inextricable bonding via the scarification of gratuitous violence as perpetrated against them and their loved ones by a cult of death that permeates American anti-culture. And, of course, when I think of the coach, who was the educator, the instructor, the teacher who died at Columbine, the 13th life who made the dozen students killed a baker's dozen, I know he would be proud. And there was a phrase which I myself and all these survivors of that conference have learned to hate. The phrase that goes, the new normal. There's nothing normal about schools getting shot up. There's nothing normal about losing classmates, teachers, coaches, parents. America should never be complacent to such carnage. Connie told Mei Ling in that conference, this will never be normal. Mei Ling confided on camera about the triggers, how they come at any moment. Mei Ling's always been an activist, speaking out against racism for Black Lives Matter. She's become even more active over the past year, protesting gun violence, pushing for legislative action, and sharing her story of survival with anyone who will listen. She jokes that sometimes she feels like the stereotypical angry black girl. But she's also said, I'm excited for finding this voice. I realize I don't have to be anybody besides myself. And Connie responded by telling her the world needs her, assuring, you don't have to apologize for being the angry black lady. My dad would be so proud. And Connie continued, I almost feel like this 20th anniversary is like handing over the baton, like in this really tired way saying, we're sorry that we couldn't stop it. We're sorry that we couldn't do more, and yet so grateful for you all. And the two hugged, holding each other tightly, and as they pulled away, Connie fanned herself and said, I'm not done, and they embraced a bit longer. You know, all this really does change you. Amy Over had a scholarship to play basketball in college, but the day Connie lost her father, Amy lost her coach, her mentor who'd instilled in her a love for the game in the first place. Now, having analyzed the case with the training that I received in criminology, having majored in criminal psychology, a double major, taking the courses for both criminology and psychology towards my Associate of Science degree, my AS degree from City College of San Francisco, I know for a fact that Coach Sanders was more heroic that day than when he'd stalk the sidelines and lead the Rebels to victory. He was credited with saving the lives of 100 Columbine students, including Zach and Amy, that were able to appear at that conference I previewed. He was a lunch monitor that day and helped usher students out the doors. He then ran upstairs, telling students to hide, before the bastard shot him in the back. After that, Amy gave up her dream of college ball. The pain was just too much. And years later, at the age of 26, she was still struggling. And her mom asked her, "Why aren't you over this yet?" So she took up kickboxing to channel her rage, saying, "I had to get rid of my anger, so I started fighting in a ring." Now, Brando Abzug actively sought the advice of Columbine students after surviving Parkland. He formed a pen pal program to link up survivors of both tragedies, so Parkland students could have guidance on how to cope. He created a list of about 130 Columbine survivors willing to participate and circulated their names among classmates in need of help in Parkland. Brando stays in touch with them weekly through Facebook Messenger. And during that conference I previewed, that was the first time he'd ever personally met anyone from Columbine. To quote us, "They're there for me, and it really helps." And all the recent suicides have made his mission all the more urgent. He said, "I want more people to know that there are survivors that are willing and able to help." Now he's a student at the University of Florida, and he left that gathering with a renewed sense of purpose to turn the worst day of his life into a rallying cry to change the world for the better. Then there's the factor of parenting in post-Columbine America. Most of the Columbine survivors are now parents, and their children, like millions of others now, go through active shooter drills. To quote Zach, "The fact that the Columbine generation has to live through that is sickening to me." Coney didn't want her children to take part in the drills at first. They knew how her father died, and she was afraid it would traumatize them further. But another parent told her it might endanger the lives of classmates if a shooter entered the school and her kids didn't know what to do. In their first drill, her daughters panicked. She said it was really sad to see them experience vicarious trauma because of who their grandpa was, and related that during one lockdown, a student told classmates, "Wouldn't it be cool if a Columbine happened here so we could be on TV?" And Coney said, "That just dropped my heart." Now, the 4 Parkland students were born after Columbine, but knew of the shooting even before death visited their own school. Unlike the Columbine students, who ended the year at a different school in a neighboring town, Parkland survivors had to return to the scene of the crime weeks later. They sat in desks, they roamed the halls, the building where students were killed was cordoned off. It seemed to them like they had to continue as if everything was normal. Brandon and Dimitri were seniors. They moved to college in the months that followed, was lonely. When they told new classmates where they went to high school, they were met with looks of shock, followed by awkward silence. Sari and Mei Ling remain at Parkland. They're proud of their community. Both sport t-shirts at that conference that said, MSD Strong, meaning Marjorie Stoneman Douglas Strong, referencing, of course, the school. Ironically enough, of course, Marjorie Stoneman Douglas, which the school was named after, was an American journalist, author, and woman suffrage advocate, and an environmental conservationist known for her staunch defense of the Florida Everglades against efforts to drain and reclaim that land for development. So her name is karmically and reputationally apropos to be carried on a t-shirt that says MSD Strong, both in the sense of her person and the school that suffered the St. Valentine's Day massacre of yesteryear. Now, the Parkland students themselves have become synonymous with activism, having marched on the state capitol in Tallahassee and the steps of the United States Capitol in Washington, District of Columbia. But beneath the activism, I can assure you, remain layers of anguish. Quoting, sorry, we have to recognize that whoever was on campus that day, no matter where you were, it might not have been as bad as other people, but you still went through a really hard occurrence. So the school has a wellness center that offers counseling, but Mei Ling says most students avoid it for fear of being seen as weak, observing that if you're having a breakdown or you feel like you have some anxiety, you physically have to raise your hand and say, "Can I go to the wellness center?" Now, her own worst day since the shooting was her first active shooter drill. Administrators warned students that it would take place, but that did little to calm any nerves. Now, she described the drill during what I previewed. And to quote she verbatim, "You get sweaty, you get tired, your body feels weak, your heart is racing, you just want to not be there. Then your brain goes to exactly that. You start hearing gunshots in your head. You hear the sirens, you hear the ambulances. You hear everything you never want to hear again." Now, from that to saving lives, that goes on long after the atrocity. The Columbine survivors have lived their lives in a fishbowl. The media glare seems to get brighter with each passing year. They didn't have cell phones 20 years ago. Police weren't adequately trained for an attack on a high school. Survivors had no one to turn to for guidance. Never did they think the horror inflicted upon them would be multiplied, that over the next 2 decades, the nation would see one mass shooting after another. And the tentacles of their trauma and the cascade of other crises that followed be far-reaching. Kelly Posner Gerstenhaber, a professor of psychiatry at Columbia University and one of the nation's top suicide experts, took part in the conversation that was held at the Coral Springs Museum, which I had the privilege to review. She said it's especially important for parents, teachers, coaches, and friends to ask survivors direct questions about suicidal thoughts. To quote a she verbatim, "When a kid or a parent or anybody be suffering, they actually want help and they just don't have the will to come to you. We've learned that asking directly will save lives." And from listening to the discussion that I'm citing, she observed, "It be clear that all 8 participants experienced various levels of survivor's guilt. Those symptoms may show up within weeks or over years." To quote us the doctoress Kelly Posner Gerstenhaber yet again, "We have to embrace each other and understand that. And understand part of the trauma Olympics is the stigma and misunderstanding of mental health issues, of depression, of trauma. People are suffering in silence. It'd be imperative to understand that we have to be here for each other as a community to help heal." The Parkland students are resilient and inspiring. They've stood up to politicians who've told them they're too young to understand the way the world works. Dmitry asserts he loves it when he gets trolled, because it motivates him to keep fighting for change. Sari hopes to become a United States Senator herself one day. She says it was important to hear from the Columbine survivors, learn about ways to cope, and realize that it's not just going to go away. And Brando said it was invaluable to meet his peers from the past. You could see the passion in their eyes. And Dimitri again wants to know whether it gets better with time, and Amy told him, it does get better, but it's such a hard question. The pain lessens, but it never goes away. And Zach helped finish that conference by emphasizing how important it was to make the trip from Colorado to, as he said it, tell you guys face to face how proud I am of you. To close from what I previewed, I quote STE, I want you to be more aware of the issues so that you don't make the same mistakes I did. And so the marathon of the Trauma Olympics pounds on. And before I go into the politics that contextualizes this worldwide for all of you, the reason I relate to these people is because of what I suffered from my gang stalking by the dedicated cultists of Michael Aquino that now impacts people who don't deserve to be impacted, never asked to be a part of my life, but now are targets of the pedophile cultists of Michael Aquino at belgab.com, as led by Richard K. Cole. Now, I have spoken before of a young lady I have suspected may be product of my loins from when I was 14 years of age, admitted for hospitalization at Letterman Army Medical Center, a facility of horrors that trained well over a quarter of all United States Army doctors, so infamous in its human experiments that it was entirely destroyed, demolished, that no evidence be recovered from what happened within that labyrinth of horror and interconnected facilities. Now, this young lady was first followed by my Pacific correspondent, my Volcano Crown Princess, Judith Agert, in terms of keeping up with her progress. She dealt with her legacy, her heritage over time. And she was improving and resettling into a more stabilized life. She was unable to process what she inherited from me, the nanoplasmically enhanced blood, which forced her to intake and process information at a speed that's unimaginable to the average human mind. And it drove her to institutionalization and psychiatric treatment, which, via the administration of a regimen of various pharmaceuticals, has helped her to render her life more tolerable. There's no point in my hiding her name now, because she was fully stalked and doxxed, all of her personal information exposed to the enemy who would harm her anyway. That enemy is active still, and they need to be exposed. belgab.com and Richard K. Cole. The police in Canada, where this young lady resides, have become involved. I myself today contacted the FBI. So, it will go on record now. The authorities will also be contacted by others who have been made aware of what's ongoing, and more information will be provided. In the interim, it must be stated now on record that if anything happens to Zora Junfuyi Mak, we will hold Richard K. Cole directly responsible, and the pedophiles, the pornography peddlers of pederast exploitation at belgab.com. Let it be known that this lady has nothing to do with myself. I have honored her wishes for my leaving her alone, that she may contend with her future on her own and try to establish her own destiny. But in order for her to do that safely, the young lady, whose original Chinese name be Junfu Moyi, which transliterates as matron of abundant and incomparable joy, Ænglobastardized, vulgarized as Zora Junfu Maki. This young lady, should anything happen to her, my man Pavel in Canada will be contacted by authorities. And he knows, as well as I, as well as the general public now, that the people responsible for any harm or grief that she comes to are the child molesters and pedopredators of belgab.com and their own ringleader, Richard K. Cole. Everyone, maintain watch on those bastards at belgab.com. Let them know they're being watched. Let them know Richard K. Cole is responsible for their being under observation and reconnaissance by you all from this point forward, and all of you report to me with screenshots, any information you find. The young lady in question, whom I am not legally responsible for, but of course monitor from a distance out of moral obligation. This was a young lady who I myself and she have communicated, and I respected her wishes to sever from her, that she not experience the very terrorization that has been brought upon her by the relentless cultists of the kings of Edom, the cult of the anti-gods, who now have terrorized her incessantly. A person who has nothing to do with myself, may not even be my biological daughter, there never having been a testing of our deoxyribonucleic acid to confirm such, that we suspected surely by circumstance. Zora Junfuyi Maki has been forced to deactivate her own Facebook timeline. This already is an egregious level of terrorization that has forced her to desocialize when she was just becoming more comfortable with interacting with the world around her. The fact that an innocent person can be so victimized. This is part of the marathon of the Trauma Olympics. That is the life for myself and people simply cursed with being my relation. Now, in terms of Richard K. Cole and Gary Lackman, the man also known as Gary Valentine, former bassist for the band Blondie, but ejected for his own proclivities and occult pursuits. That individual, according to Richard K. Cole, be the star power of Belgab.com. Said individual and all the rest who have terrorized this young lady. Let it be known, we're on to you, and you will fall. Authorities are now investigating you once again. And the fact that you scumbags can never relent and only prey on the weak and the helpless emphasizes your proclivities towards the most defenseless of us all, the children you've preyed on all your lives in the first. Why you must be eviscerated, ejected, and purged from our society, and hopefully imprisoned. Now, of the many messages, countless over the years, left on my own telephonic answering service by Richard K. Cole and his affiliate, now dead, John Victor Lillier, for that period of time he was brought into the operation. I was always told that the only reason I myself have not been killed was because they wanted to identify my blood relations still surviving to take out first. My most immediate nuclear family is dead, but they were informed obviously by Michael Aquino that this young lady was indeed product of my loins. This doesn't mean she is at all. Michael Aquino simply might have confirmed to himself my communications with her, easily monitored by himself with his connections to the National Security Agency and their search engine aggregators. And therefore he relayed the information to Belgab.com simply because he knew the gang stalkers would follow up on it, terrorize another victim, who even in the most peripheral sense of connection would still involve me as someone with a sense of moral obligation. You might ask why my relations on the East Coast, like my cousin John Dietrich, who was actually interviewed by myself once on Revolution Radio years ago, why are these people never targeted for direct terrorism? Well, they have been in a sense. They've been harassed. They're left obscene messages, but they've never had their pets killed the way Richard K. Cole poisoned the cats of my former Executrix producer, Laura Lee Solomon. This is because they're white. My surviving relations in North America are white European American. They're left alone because the white supremacist Satanists of the kings of Edom don't terrorize whites to the extent that they want to kill and have expressed such colored or ethnically hybridized potential relations. Like the young lady that Judith and I were following up with in our communications because she may or may not be my biological daughter. Because we be people of color, they're determined to exterminate us. That'll bring us back to the politics, thematic to tonight's narrative. This is another example, as was Columbine, in which a couple of faggots decided they were going to wipe out their school because of their own interpretation based on propaganda they were exposed to all of their lives, their own indoctrination about Adolf Hitler, my biological father, as a white supremacist. Therefore, on his birthday, they desecrated it with their massacre of their school. Then we had the white supremacist who carved swastikas onto the bullets he deployed when he first assaulted a Holocaust instruction ongoing at Parkland in Florida at Marjory Stoneman Douglas. And Nicholas Cruz, the man who took on Parkland, expressed his white supremacy, his pro-Putin propaganda on the internet before he conducted his St. Valentine's Day massacre. As I will express via this narrative, this Churchillian form of white supremacy wants no compromise with people of color, or any people liberal or progressive enough to tolerate them. People of other ethnicity or faith. They want us all. So-called sympathizers in political correctness, and those not ethnically Caucasoid. They want us all dead. So in terms of outing these individuals at belgab.com, do not relent. Terrorize them in turn. Harass them on their timeline. Go to their little referendum, their little forum, and give them hell. There's nothing else they deserve in life than the pain they inflict onto others. Now, in terms of politics, in the more conventional sense, which be but an extension of this same marathon of Olympic trauma, back at the beginning of this month, the Washington Post emphasized the fact that the plot had thickened on Attorney General William Barr and the Mueller report. William Barr went overboard, minimizing the results of the Mueller report so that Trump could take a victory lap and drudge the self-loathing Jew, Matt Drudge, who used to provide Alex Jones all of the information he received that made him look as if he were on the bleeding edge of incoming information. Alex Jones was married to a Jewess whose family had connections to Matt Drudge, who made Alex Jones a household name. That same self-loathing Zionist Jew, the agent of Israel, set the tune to which Donald Trump danced his orange victory dance to the tune of Trump wins in their banner headlines on the Drudge Report and other reactionary sites. But unfortunately for themselves, little Billy Barr went too far, and there was backlash even at the opening of this month. Both the Washington Post and the New York Times ran pieces on how inadequate the Barr summary was. And that prompted, in turn, a response from the Department of Justice itself immediately after release of their editorials. And in that response, Andrew Desiderio said, Department of Justice responds to New York Times WAPO reporting on Barr's handling of the Mueller report The Mueller investigation was commendably leak-proof. But that's all changed in the past 24 hours. The New York Times broke, then the Washington Post matched the news that investigators on Mueller's team were grousing about how Attorney General William P. Barr has handled summarizing their reports. Now, I could tell you, even if these leaks weren't deliberate, the New York Times initially reported all of this secondhand as the Mueller team complaining to associates, not to themselves. The fact that the investigators were complaining enough that this would leak be in and of itself quite significant. It suggests a serious level of dissatisfaction and concern, if not a concerted effort to send a message before Barr's big reveal of the Mueller report, supposedly this week. Indeed, it was supposed to be yesterday or the day before. These investigators in question may feel liberated to vent now that the probe be over, and some of them have even, since that time, left the Justice Department to avoid recriminations. But you have to think this represents a very serious level of concern about Barr's conduct, rather than just a few offhand comments. I relate now unto thyselves but some snippets from the Washington Post article containing interviews with members of Mueller's team who were dissatisfied with Billy Barr's so-called summary of the Mueller report. And the reason I relate this to you, these few quotes I've taken, is because the Washington Post places itself behind a paywall, which none of you, unless you subscribe, will ever be able to access casually. Now, one quote I have before me. Some members of Mr. Mueller's team are concerned that because Mr. Barr created the first narrative of the special counsel's findings, Americans' views will have hardened before the investigation's conclusions even become public. And there was one person who, like others, spoke on the condition of anonymity because of the subject's sensitivity, who said it was much more acute than Barr suggested. Now, the New York Times first reported that some special counsel investigators feel that Barr did not at all adequately portray their findings. Some members of the office were particularly disappointed that Attorney General Barr did not release summary information about the special counsel team itself had prepared. And that was according to at least two people familiar with their reactions. According to one United States official briefed on the matter, there was immediate displeasure from the team, the Mueller team, when they saw how the Attorney General had characterized their work instead. Now, the last sentence of a Washington Post article on the subject from the opening week of this month, which I'm citing now, says it all. The message from Mueller's team, whether deliberate, seems to be, stay tuned and be very wary of William Barr. This destroys whatever there be of Barr's credibility, of which there was none in the first. Because as an attorney general, William Barr obviously does not remember what happened to Richard Mulhouse Nixon's own attorney general, John Mitchell. That attorney general, John Mitchell, because of his barring, to use the phrase, up on base for Richard Nixon, was himself convicted of conspiracy, perjury, and obstruction of justice. So William Barr's own behavior today be just another echo from Watergate. And while Washington waits for the redacted Mueller report to drop, a few things happened to keep everybody occupied. Donald Trump rejected a bill to pull out of Yemen. Trump has vetoed a bill passed by United States Congress to end American military assistance in Saudi Arabia's war in Yemen, a genocidal conflict that has put millions of lives further at risk through starvation and plague. Trump, of course, sides with Saudi Arabia, calling the bill to pull out an unnecessary, dangerous attempt to weaken my constitutional authorities. Imagine that. President Trump vetoing a bipartisan congressional resolution that seeks to end American involvement in the Saudi-led war in Yemen. Proponents of the resolution, viewed as a rebuke of Trump's own foreign policy, say the United States shouldn't be involved in a war sans explicit permission from Congress. It was also another way for those still angry about Trump's continued support of Saudi Arabia after journalist Jamal Khashoggi's killing to voice their displeasure. But Putin's puppet president, in issuing his second veto so far, said the resolution was just an attempt to weaken his powers. And neither chamber of Congress has the votes required to override his veto. Meanwhile, Attorney General William Barr himself has now made a decision that has huge implications for the administration's immigration policies. All part of tonight's narrative. United States Attorney General William Barr has decided that detained asylum seekers who have shown they have a credible fear of returning to their own countries will no longer be able to ask a judge to grant them bond. Barr decided that some asylum seekers who have established they have this credible fear of violence or persecution in their own home countries cannot be released on bond while their cases be sorted out. That could lead to immigrants being detained indefinitely. Barr's ruling will likely affect thousands of migrants taken into custody at the border. Groups like the American Civil Liberties Union promise a court battle over this, and rightly so. That brings us to a pivotal linchpin in The Matrix, the burning of Notre Dame. 1 billion United States dollars have poured into rebuilding Notre Dame. And 1 million United States dollars have been gathered for Louisiana's burned black churches. It took less than 48 hours to raise 1 billion United States dollars to restore and rebuild Notre Dame after the iconic Paris cathedral's devastating fire. After that fire tore through the Notre Dame de Paris on Monday, it didn't take long for French tycoons, companies, and regular citizens to offer up about 700 million United States dollars to help pay for repairs. In the aftermath of the Notre Dame fire, a GoFundMe for the burned churches in these United States has gone viral, with the amount raised spiking from $50,000 on Sunday to over 1 million United States dollars by today, this morning. But there's only so much that money can buy in either case. Concerning the challenges of rebuilding Notre Dame, architects and engineers expect a decades-long restoration process with unprecedented challenges. Designers will need to navigate complicated structural issues and delicate debates about whether to faithfully recreate the historical structure or have it reflect modern times. They will all be asking the same question. How do you revive an 850-year-old icon? If there be a silver lining to the tragic event, it be that the 13th century cathedral is an architectural hybrid to begin with, built and restored by countless architects over the centuries. Still, the fire forces us to confront a very uncomfortable truth. Our monuments be built for the generations to come, but our ability to protect them be much more limited than we might like to admit. Experts say it could take years just to secure the massive 854-year-old building and fully assess the damage, let alone bring it back. But while the physical damage be severe, and people are rightly grieving the cultural loss, it seems likely that the fire was purely accidental. The same cannot be said of the 3 black churches recently burned in a single parish in Louisiana, where a suspect has been charged with hate crimes as well as arson. Here on the other side of the Atlantic, we be addressing 3 churches that need to be rebuilt, not majestic historic buildings with stained glass windows to preserve, but centers of their community that need to replace not just buildings, but pews, sound systems, musical instruments. The good news, such as it is, be that Holden Matthews was caught, apprehended before he could burn any more churches. And Louisiana Fire Marshal Butch Browning testified in court that the evidence we have be unequivocal, and another fire would be imminent if Holden Matthews, that white trash piece of shit, were released. And in a way, the Notre Dame fire has helped the Louisiana churches. While Notre Dame has gotten the worldwide attention and billionaires' donations with staggering numbers of zeros on them, it's also helped draw attention to what had been overlooked. Now, what's also overlooked, aside from the damage to real property, be the fact that the far right doesn't want to beat the left. It wants to exterminate it. Every right-wing authoritarian movement has one thing in common: a brutal clampdown on any persons or groups who promote equality. In mainstream American media, the political left is forever portrayed as a nexus of intolerance and out-of-control partisanship. Writers like Jonathan Haidt and Greg Lukianoff write entire books warning that left-wing campus protest will undermine academia's intellectual traditions of vigorous debate and fearless inquiry. The Atlantic magazine ran a report at the beginning of March identifying Boston's liberal Suffolk County as the most intolerant county in America. Politically correct liberals, we have forever been told by now, shut down campus speakers, recklessly identify their opponents as racist, and generally strive to stifle debate. Their ideological inflexibility be a threat to the public sphere. This general hand-wringing about the left is manipulated by Michael Aquino, who initiated the Psy War, the Mind War, 24/7, 365, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, as articulated in his very book entitled Mind War, co-authored with his satanic co-religionist, the General, who speaks as a pundit to echo this ideological condemnation of the left, Paul Vallely, the man who founded the religious front for the ISIS mercenary organization. All of their intention in manipulating your impression of liberal progressive leftism is machinated to distract you from one of the central political phenomenon of our time: a growing, rabid, conspiratorial anti-leftism on the white trash right. That anti-leftism has been metastasizing for decades, and it has a growing body count. Yet, the right's hatred of and violence against people on the left be rarely treated as a trend by mass media. Enforcing political correctness be characterized as an obsession of the left, not the right. President Donald Trump's attacks on the media, for example, aren't generally characterized as part of a larger movement of right-wing speech policing. This spot of total blindness it's not a blind spot, it's a blind front about anti-left animus, isn't just a danger to the left. As a historian, I can assure you history proves that it's a danger to the empire and to global democracy as a whole. Like any political designation, the left is a somewhat amorphous term, but broadly it references political movements that seek to achieve greater equality. That ideal is sometimes defined as being centrally about economic equality, but many modern left-wing movements are also focused, even primarily focused, on anti-racism, feminism, lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and queer activism, and other efforts to defend and secure equal rights for marginalized peoples. Anti-leftism has united large swaths of the American political establishment since at least the Cold War. Presidents from John F. Kennedy through Ronald Reagan built their political careers on denouncing left-wing ideology and communist regimes. Right-wing and centrist politicians have long associated the left with what Reagan in circa 1964 called the ant heap of totalitarianism. For over half a century, the United States defined itself in opposition to a global enemy that claimed to speak for communists and socialists everywhere. Even by those standards, though, the rhetoric on the right over recent decades be disturbing. Right-wing pundits have joked about murdering people on the left for years. Throughout the 1990s, talk radio host Rush Limbaugh quipped, "I tell people, don't kill all the liberals. Leave enough so we can have 2 on every campus, living fossils, so we will never forget what these people stood for." And his very words were echoed recently by the neo-Nazi Chris Cantwell, who ranted in a Gab post. The people of Richard K. Cole and BellGab.com that leftists should face complete and total destruction. That means mass murder. That means genocide. Memes and jokes about free helicopter rides for leftists like Bernie Sanders, that decrepit old communist, have become common on the right as well. This be a reference to Chilean dictator Augusto Pinochet, who murdered some of his left-wing opponents by throwing them from helicopters. Circa 2015, another far-right figure echoed this animus even more crudely. John Russell Hauser wrote, "Had Dylan Roof reached political maturity, he would have seen the word is not nigger, but liberal." Shortly after he wrote those very words in his journal, he opened fire in a movie theater in Lafayette, Louisiana, that was screening Amy Schumer's Trainwreck. Conservative media had criticized Amy Schumer's diplomatic, or rather cinematic, document entitled Trainwreck for pushing, quote-unquote, immoral liberal values. That day that it premiered, John Russell Hauser killed 2 people and critically injured 9 others. Just another white trash piece of shit launching another mass murder for the sake of political gratification. Because it be so obviously plausible to draw a direct line between words like Rush Limbaugh's and actions like John Russell Hauser's, we know that violent language and violent fantasies oft be used to create a climate, beatings, and even murder be permissible. In his 2017 book entitled Alt America, subtitled The Rise of the Radical Right in the Age of Trump, the author David Nievert, surname spelled Neiwert, discusses both Rush Limbaugh and Mr. Hauser and notes that rhetoric like theirs reflects a politics of eliminationism, whose goal be to excise entire segments of the human population in the name of making the white species healthy. When white Caucasian European Americans compared Native Americans to vermin, they were dehumanizing a targeted population in order to prepare the culture to accept the quote-unquote need to exterminate them. Winston Churchill's prejudice against Asian Indian people be neither understood nor condemned today. But his parallel and rabid hatred of leftists be even less frequently broached in popular discussions of the Second World War. Yet the two hatreds were deeply intertwined. Churchill, the so-called greatest Briton, hated Gandhi, the so-called greatest Asian Indian. Exactly 100 years ago, Mahatma Gandhi began his first all-India movement against British colonial rule. Winston Churchill was, and continued to be, unimpressed by those efforts. Within his homeland, Winston Churchill's mythified contribution to saving his people from Adolf Hitler, my biological father, eclipses all else. And he be widely regarded as the greatest Briton of all time. So it came as something of a surprise when a senior Labour Party politician recently described him as a villain for having ordered troops to fire on striking workers in the Welsh town of Tonypandy, circa 1910. The claim provoked vigorous denunciations from prominent politicians, as well as more sober reflections in op-ed pages, the opinion editorials. When all the dust settled, as it all too soon had to, Churchill reverted to being the figure of sanctity that he has always been in Britain. Within his own homeland only, of course, because outside the United Kingdom, but within Old English Empire, Winston Churchill has always had a starkly murderous reputation. This be especially so in Asian India, where his undying opposition to freedom for Indians be both well known and widely deplored, as be his hatred for Mahatma Gandhi, a figure he repeatedly mocked, calling him, among oh so many other things, a malignant subversive fanatic and a seditious Middle Temple lawyer now posing a fakir of a type well known in the East, striding half naked up the steps of the vice-regal palace. Now, Churchill and Gandhi actually met once, in the month of November, circa 1906. The Englishman was then the Undersecretary of State for the colonies. The Asian Indian, a spokesman for the rights of his countrymen in South Africa. Back then, Gandhi wore a suit and a tie, as befitting a lawyer trained in London. It's not clear whether Churchill even remembered their meeting when, in the early 1930s, he began attacking Gandhi, whose Salt March had made waves around the world and established him as the preeminent leader of India's struggle for freedom from British oppression. Now, at the time, Churchill was out of office and seeking to rebuild his political career by working up British sentiment in defense of the empire. By the time he was prime minister a decade later, leading the fight against the Nazis, he remained implacably opposed to independence for Gandhi's people. His senior cabinet colleague, Leo Amer, recalled how Churchill had once referred to Asian Indians as a beastly people with a beastly religion. And little Winnie Churchill might have added that their leader was, in his own observation, the beastliest of them all. Circa August of 1942. Amidst the Great War, the war, as Joseph Grisham observed, Gandhi launched his last great popular struggle, the Quit India movement. He was immediately arrested and taken to a prison in Pune, now known as Pune. Pune. P-U-N-E in the Hindi, Pune. Churchill also convinced himself that Gandhi was acting on behalf of the Axis powers. Archived British documents show that circa September 1942, Churchill wrote to Mr. Amery, surname spelled A-M-E-R-Y, "Please let me have a note on Mr. Gandhi's intrigues with the Empire of Japan and the documents the government of India published, or any they possessed, before upon this topic." 3 days later, Amery replied, "The India office has no evidence to show or suggest that Mahatma Gandhi has intrigued with the Empire of Japan. The only evidence of Japanese contacts with the Mahatma during this war relates to the presence in Wardha of 2 Japanese Buddhist priests who lived for part of 1940 in the Mahatma Gandhi's ashram." Now, the Quit India movement was marked by protests across the subcontinent. A British government report blamed Gandhi for the violence that followed his arrest. Gandhi was hurt by the accusations since he had always preached and practiced nonviolence. When the Raj refused to retract the accusations, Gandhi began a 3-week fast in prison. Once again, Churchill developed unfounded suspicions about Gandhi, this time convincing himself that the Indian was secretly using energy supplements, as they used to call vitamins, and therefore not really fasting. On February 13th, 1943. In the middle of World War, mind you. I mean, like, bombs on London and shit. In the middle of the fucking Blitz. Churchill wired the Viceroy, Lord Linlithgow. The words were as follows on his telegram. "I have heard that Gandhi usually has glucose in his water when doing his various fasting antics. Would it be possible for you to verify this for me?" 2 days later, the Viceroy responded, "This may be the case, but those who have been in attendance on him doubt it, and present Surgeon General Bombay, a European, sir, says that on a previous fast, G, as they called Gandhi, was particularly careful to guard against possibility of glucose being applied upon himself out of good-natured benevolence. Indeed, I am told that his present medical attendants tried to persuade him to take glucose but yesterday and again today, and that he refused absolutely." As Gandhi's fast entered its 3rd week, Churchill again wired the Viceroy, "Cannot help feeling very suspicious of bona fides of Gandhi's fast." Again, we're in the middle of, like, Britain is struggling for its life! Every man must sign up to defend his empire. Call out the territorials. Oh, and by the way, is Gandhi actually fucking eating? This is Churchill's fixation in the middle of worldwide climatic struggle for the fate of humanity. And he wants to know about the bona fides of Gandhi's fast. To continue with his telegram. "We were told 4th day would be the crisis, and then well-staged climax was set for 11th day onwards. Now at 15th day, bulletins look as if he might get through. Would be most valuable if fraud could be exposed. Surely with all those Congress Hindu doctors round him, it must be quite easy to slip glucose or other nourishment into his food for me, that we may expose him, and I may forever be rid of this animal." And by this time, the Viceroy was himself exasperated with Gandhi, who looked like he was living off oxygen and actually fucking enjoying it. With every breath he took, the Viceroy felt tempted to tell him not to make a pig of himself, because he just couldn't stand how breatharians seemed to thrive like plants on photosynthesis. But no evidence showed that Gandhi had actually taken any glucose, so the Viceroy now replied to Churchill in a manner that both men could appreciate. It stoked their prejudices suitably that they could commiserate. Linlithgow, his surname being spelled Linlithgow, Linlithgow was fuming. I have long known Gandhi as the world's most successful humbug, and have not the least doubt that his physical condition and the bulletins reporting it from day to day have been deliberately cooked. And that's an interesting Freudian slip, so as to produce the maximum effect on public opinion. And then, going against his own previous statement, the Viceroy claimed that there would be no difficulty in his entourage administering glucose or any other food without the knowledge of the government doctors. This, when the same government doctors had told him exactly the opposite. So Linlithgow concluded in his, shall we say, provocation of Winston Churchill, if I can discover any firm evidence of fraud, I will let you hear. But I am not hopeful of this, as the coloreds conspire among themselves to cover their tracks. Oh my. This prompted an equally disappointed reply from Churchill himself. It now seems certain that the old rascal will emerge all the better from his so-called fast. I guess, when you take a look at Churchill, he's one fat son of a bitch. Like one of my primary gang stalkers, the man who sponsors Richard K. Cole, Stephen Outram. So Churchill was probably stuffing himself on a daily basis. And, just so jealous about the fact that his stuffing showed. But, a guy like Gandhi, all skin and bones, guy like him, sucking on oxygen, a guy like that seems to get away with, shall we say, a shape that Churchill could only wish he had. Now, by 1943, Lord Wavell replaced Linlithgow as Viceroy. Prime Minister Churchill warned Lord Wavell that only over his dead body, meaning Churchill's own, would any approach to Gandhi take place. Then Churchill joked that Wavell had one great advantage over the last few viceroys. They had to decide whether and when to lock Gandhi up, whereas this viceroy should find him already locked down. Wavell, however, stood against Linlithgow and Churchill, and believed that India should become independent. He released Gandhi from prison in May of 1944. When World War II ceased as a prosecution of proactive hostilities, towards ceasefire a year later, and a Labour government came into power in Britain, Churchill being voted out by a landslide, Churchill's reactionary policies were set aside, and formal negotiations for a transfer of power began. The British departed the subcontinent of Asia, South Asia, circa August of 1947, dividing it as they left into the separate sovereign nations of India and Pakistan. Gandhi himself was murdered by a Hindu fanatic circa January 1948. These facts be well known. What is not known at all be that Churchill's dislike of Gandhi persisted even after British rule in India had ended, and his adversary had died. By 1951, with Churchill back in power, he published an installment of his war memoirs entitled The Hinge of Fate, and made a completely ridiculous charge against Gandhi. Astonishingly, the former Prime Minister, Churchill, claimed that the Indian had conducted his 1943 fast under the most favorable conditions in a small palace, and that the most active worldwide propaganda was set on foot that his death was approaching by the Nazis and the Japanese. And then Churchill wrote, "It was certain, however, at an early stage that he was being fed with glucose whenever he drank water by Axis agents, and that this, as well as his own intense vitality and lifelong austerity, enabled this frail being to maintain his prolonged abstention from any visible form of food. In the end, being quite convinced of our obduracy, he abandoned his fast, and his health, though he was very weak, was not seriously affected." Now, the publication of this volume of The Hinge of Fate created an uproar in India, understandably enough, and Gandhi's secretary, Pyarelal, and his doctor, B.C. Roy, a white, wrote angry letters to Winston Churchill, dismissing the Englishman's claims as canards. Gandhi had refused to take glucose at any time during his fast, which Linlithgow had writ to Churchill, even though a government doctor had warned him that he might die if he did not. Further, Gandhi had always said that his fast would last exactly 3 weeks. The Indian press also responded with fury. Archival materials display this. The Tribune, a newspaper based in the northern Indian city of Ambala, said Winnie Churchill's charges had been refuted by those who had first-hand knowledge of Gandhi's fast and put Churchill's baseless attacks in a broader context. Said paper so wrote, "Mr. Churchill's remarks only betray his lack of understanding of the Mahatma's character and his general ignorance about this country. Mr. Churchill is a great wartime leader, but no man is more insular in his outlook. He has yet to realize that the people of Asia, Africa, and the Middle East be entitled to a life of their own. He still thinks in terms of the hegemony of the world by Anglo-Saxon peoples." Now, even sharper in its criticism was the now-defunct Indian News Chronicle. Its editorial on September 27, 1951, titled Churchilliana, said the former British leader's memoirs were full of myths, misstatements, and outright lies, of which the calumnies against Gandhi were most representative. Churchill's entire political career, the paper thundered, be a record of political opportunism, inconsistency, and downright wickedness. Calling him a friend of reaction and a high priest of British imperialism, the editorial ended thusly, and I quote it verbatim. "Mr. Churchill be incorrigible, hopelessly out of date, and getting unpopular day by day. His memoirs might be read for their grandiloquent phraseology, bombast, and 19th century English, but no student of history will find his version of recent history a safe guide. The odds are that these memoirs, in course of time, will be rescinded to the dustbin. And as for his malicious attacks on the Mahatma Gandhi, we be certain that they will deceive no one. Long after Churchill and his memoirs have been forgotten, humanity, as a race, a human race, will continue to regard Gandhi as a beacon of peace, and cherish his memory with reverence even as they cherish the memory of Jesus, Buddha, and Socrates." Now, the Hindustan Times response was less polemical, but arguably more effective. The paper was then edited by Gandhi's own son, Devdas, who dispatched a reporter to locate Major General R.H. Candy, the white European British doctor who had attended to Gandhi during his prison fast. As to comment on Churchill's allegations, Dr. Candy, then living in retirement in rural Hampshire, confirmed that he had indeed advised Gandhi to take glucose, but that Gandhi had refused. To quote his T, "From my knowledge of Mr. Gandhi, I am convinced that he would not willingly have taken glucose or any other form of food during his fast." Winnie Churchill's response to these corrections be unknown because there be none to be had. Recent works by Asian Indian scholars and academics have since exposed Winston Churchill for the Great Bengal Famine of 1943, in which well over 3 million people were exterminated. As Prime Minister of Empire, Winston Churchill could have done far, far more to ensure speedy supplies of grain to these impacted areas. But instead, Winston Churchill chose to starve 3 million Asian Indians to death in the man-made Bengal famine of 1943. the great hero of the Anglo-American world, did his best to overtake Joseph Stalin and Adolf Hitler in mass murder. Circa 1943, a deadly famine swept the Bengal region of modern East India and Bangladesh. Well over 3 million people died in a tragedy that was completely preventable. At the time, the extent of suffering was put down to an incompetent British government too busy dealing with a worldwide war to look after its empire properly. But circa 2010, a book came out exposing the fact that the lack of famine relief was deliberate, and that the deaths of those millions had been intentionally engineered by one white trash piece of shit named Winston Churchill. In the work entitled Churchill's Secret War, subtitled The British Empire and the Ravaging of India During World War II, a science journalist named Mudhusuri Mukherjee speaks of British policy in India throughout the Second World War and how it relates to the Bengal famine of 1943. For those of you seeking his work, his surname is spelled, that of the author, as M-U-K-E-R-J-E-E. M-U-K-E-R-J-E-E, as I remember it. Now, per this book, and oh so many other expositions, Churchill refused to divert supplies away from already well-supplied British troops, saying the war effort wouldn't allow it. This in itself wouldn't be too damning, but at the same time, he blocked American and Canadian ships from delivering aid to India as well. Nor would he allow the Asian Indians to help themselves. The colonial government forbade the Raj from using its own ships or currency reserves to help the starving masses. Meanwhile, London pushed up the price of grain with hugely inflated prices and purchases, making it totally unaffordable for the dying and the destitute. Most chillingly of all, when the government of Delhi telegrammed to tell Winston Churchill people were dying by the millions, Churchill only replied to ask, "Why then, has your man Gandhi not died on us yet? Surely you can all live off air, as does he, your leader." Mukherjee reminds the reader that before the British conquest, India was the richest land on earth. Certainly the conquerors drawn to Bengal in the 18th century were of the opinion they were adding a magnificently wealthy possession to their empire. Under colonial rule, however, Bengal soon became a synonym for poverty and famine. Prevalence of effectively landless peasants in Bengal in itself was the result of British policies in India, which had created the landlord crisis from what had been tax collectors prior conquest. During the Second World War, the colony was made to contribute heavily to the British war effort. India's industries, manpower, and foodstuffs were made to serve requirements of the war the empire had involved itself in, indeed had started. This was merely the latest escalation in a long-lasting exploitation of the colonial Raj. The British deemed their unwanted presence in India a service, and therefore extracted payment for it in the form of the home charge, as they called the tithe, what we would call taxation. As the British obstructed the expansion of manufacturing in India, lest it provide competition for their own domestic industries, the export of agricultural produce presented the only way of realizing this transfer. Finally, since the empire set the transfer so high, so much grain was extracted for export, that the colony itself, which continued to produce more food than its need throughout the 19th century, was artificially kept in a condition of chronic malnutrition. Unsurprisingly, there was strong resistance to colonial rule that could only be overcome by large-scale repression. As part of the August 1942 crackdown against the Quit India movement alone, well over 100,000 people were locked up, and well over 10,000 were killed. Short on manpower, the British at times resorted to attacking crowds with aircraft. In particularly rebellious districts, authorities burned down homes and destroyed rice supplies. British India was an Allied occupied land. Remember that. The Allies occupied India. India was not part of the Allies. They were an Allied occupied land, which the Axis strove to liberate from genocide. The very book I'm sourcing exposes the manifold causes of Bengal famine. To begin with, mortality rate in Bengal under British rule atrocious even in any normal year, with some of that attributable to malnutrition. The immediate reasons why conditions deteriorated beyond this so-called normal state of semi-famine was the catastrophic Midnapore cyclone and the Imperial Japanese capture of Burma. The cyclone storm and subsequent floods disrupted life and ruined crops. The loss of Burma severed links with an important source of rice imports to India. These two factors, which were outside British control, were probably enough for a disaster on their own, but subsequent Churchillian policies intentionally ensured the crisis became far worse than it ever needed to be. Anticipating the possibility, the very possibility, that the Japanese could advance further, the British carried out a scorched earth policy in coastal Bengal, emulating Joseph Stalin in his retreat before the Third Reich in its advance. So the British, before the Japanese could impose themselves in area, seized all rice stocks, motor vehicles, even bicycles and boats. Seizure of boats was particularly disruptive as they normally represented the primary means of transporting rice crops to the markets via the circuit of riverine tributaries. The loss of Burmese rice imports to India was not made up by imports from elsewhere, nor was India's obligation to supply British Indian troops abroad ever lessened. Instead, India was made to cover the loss of Burmese rice imports to Ceylon, Arabia, and South Africa, even though these territories were already better provisioned with food than it could ever dream of. Albeit in the years before World War II, India had become a net importer of food, importing at least 1 million tons of cereal per year, a figure that was not actually sufficient to cover its needs, but represented what it could afford to import after paying the home charge. The British now undertook to export food from India, to starve it out completely, so that they could not actively ally with the Japanese, with any man being left able-bodied. By depriving the Indians of food and starving them into malnutrition, Churchill believed they would make poor troops for Japanese to ally with, that they would instead become a burden to the Japanese and impair their efforts to liberate Asia. So, anticipating food shortages that were certain to follow colonial administration, moved to protect the strata of society most useful to the British Empire, their collaborators, their house niggers, administrators, soldiers, and industrial workers. The British Empire under Churchill set out to buy up huge quantities of grain and store it for their own use. It would pay for these stocks in the same way it acquired supplies for the war effort, by printing money. The Churchillian government acquired some grain by requisitioning, but for the most part it simply bought it. Some purchases it made on its own, others it contracted out to private traders. Big merchant companies were given advances of vast sums of money and instructed to purchase grain at any price for Churchill's government. The price of already precious grain skyrocketed, and the Bengal peasant was priced out of the market. Between the purchase of the Bengal administration, the government of India, the army, and the industries, which were recipients of government largesse, grain was sucked out from all rural areas. Departments of government and industries crucial for the war effort secured huge stocks of grain, all of which would end up rotting in storehouses and granaries protected by house nigger guards as millions of Asian Indians starved to death. What made the looting of the countryside to this extent possible was that the transfer of purchasing power away from the peasant and to the government, and those the government made business with, that money printing entailed. In the course of the war, the money supply increased between 6 and 7-fold, by orders of magnitude, times 7, so that the British worried that they were within sight of collective refusal to accept further paper currency, it being essentially toilet paper. This confounded the problem of food scarcity, since some cultivators understandably held onto their grain rather than release it into the market, as it was seen as a better store of value than the rapidly depreciating pound sterling and their ruble of the Raj. The reason government purchases were so devastating for Bengali peasants was that most families owned tracts of land too small to sustain their families on their own. Even in a normal year, such families were not in position to store enough of their harvest to sustain themselves until the next one. They were not sellers of crops. They sold their labor to the big landowners and bought food off their own backs. Except now buying food meant competing with a government that under Winston Churchill printed money at will. Albeit crop failure and the loss of Burmese imports was enough to create a serious food deficit for India, there was actually no food problem whatsoever for the British Empire taken as a whole. In fact, London claimed that Bengal could not be fed, not for lack of food, but for lack of ships. Supposedly, shipping was so scarce that grain, which was available in surplus, could not be taken to India without disrupting the British war effort. Prioritizing its war over the bare lives of 3 million of its subjects would have been bad enough. But Mukherjee shows that shipping was nowhere near as scarce as Winston Churchill claimed, albeit it was most certainly, under Churchill, intentionally mismanaged. For example, there was shipping and food enough to build up a stockpile in the eastern Mediterranean for the purpose of Allied invasion of the Balkans that would never come about. Also, there were always ships aplenty to build up an enormous and ever-growing stockpile of food in the British Isles themselves that the London government was actually building up for post-war use and distribution to white people. In reality, the biggest obstacle to secure food for famine-stricken India was not a lack of means, but the lack of permission from Winston Churchill to allocate the resources necessary. Such readjustments would have clashed with the interest and the intent of British Empire under Winston Churchill to exploit its colony for its purposes to the greatest extent possible. Now, to their credit, not every lily-white Brit was of a mind with the London government personified in Winston Churchill. Many officials, including high-ranking ones, like the Secretary of State for India, Leopold Amory, and the Viceroy of India, Field Marshal Wavell, the man who released Gandhi from prison, repeatedly called for a decisive effort to relieve the famine. Governments of Australia, New Zealand, and Canada offered grain for India if the United Kingdom, which had taken control of the shipping, would only transport it there. But Britain told the Aussies, the Kiwis, and the Canucks to go fuck themselves. In addition to showing how the British Empire helped cause the Bengal famine of 1943, and then denied it famine relief, Churchill's Secret War, the book entitled by that name, also provide us the context for these two stories. Merkaji recounts a fair bit of the dynamic between colonial metropolis and the colony centering on exploitation and resistance, explaining the consequences of British wartime policies for the political future of the colony, partition and independence. And he paints a picture of famine and repression as seen from the ground by offering vivid first-hand accounts by people who were immediately affected. So this be a book rich in content, but probably the one thing to take from it is the way in which the famine was made worse and its victims selected by government abuse of paper currency. British reaction to food shortages in Bengal was to protect the cities and industries at the expense of the peasants on the land. Like the Soviet Union, which had faced a food crisis of its own a decade earlier, the British Empire figured it was up to itself to decide who would live and who would die. Only where the Soviet method of robbing the countryside of grain circa 1932 through 1933 was requisition, the British method of choice in India was monetary nation, paper money printing. It was a more elegant method, but no less deadly, and more difficult to effectively resist. If the famine circa 1932-1933 in the Soviet Union was a requisition famine, the Bengal famine of 1943 was Winston Churchill's printing press famine. All this be true, and all documents support it. So Winston Churchill, the putative British war hero who stood up to the Nazis, starved to death as many innocent people as Joseph Stalin did in the Ukrainian genocide. All this is not intended in and of itself to have any bearing on today's Indo-British relationship. That now be between two sovereign and equal nations, not between an imperial overlord and oppressed subjects. Indeed, British Prime Ministress Theresa May recently visited India to seek investment in her post-Brexit economy. So as I've oft argued, you don't need to seek revenge upon history. History be its own revenge. Yet at the bottom of it all, there be no question that Churchill acted on an intense dislike of Asian Indians in general, and a pathological suspicion of one Asian Indian in particular, as the personal embodiment of liberal progressive leftism. His venomous and long-lasting hatred of the Mahatma Gandhi show us that this putatively Great Briton dysfunctioned and reacted as a small-minded parochialist. This same conflation of ethnic others and the political left was behind last October's shooting at Pittsburgh's Tree of Life Synagogue. The alleged shooter was enraged because he believed that billionaire Jewish leftists like the Democratic donor and Holocaust survivor George Soros were funding illegal immigration into these United States. The Tree of Life Synagogue supported HIAS, an acronym, HIAS, for Hebrew Immigrant Aid Society, a Jewish nonprofit that resettles refugees. Here, in a single gruesome incident, we see definitively how hatred of Jews, hatred of immigrants, and hatred of the left be part of the same toxic brew. In Pittsburgh, the result was the murder of 11 people, the worst Judeophobic attack in all American history. That mass shooter's Judeophobia has been widely and rightly condemned. Yet his profound anti-leftism has never been mentioned or even discussed. In fact, the attack on the synagogue was used by some right-wing commentators as a specious occasion to attack the Israel-hating left and scoff at left-wing Jews who had expressed concern about a palpable rise in Judeophobia since Donald John Trump began campaigning for president back in 2015. Animus against leftists be so ingrained in American life that people refuse to condemn it even when it leads to mass murder. The far right capitalizes on the fact that mainstream politicians, pundits, and citizens be reluctant to stand in solidarity with leftists. And that brings us back to the legacy of the real Winston Churchill. The historical Churchill being no hero whatsoever, but a vile racist, fanatical about violence, and fiercely supportive of imperialism. During the May Day protests in England, circa the first year of our third Christian millennium, Anno Domini 2000 of this communal era, nothing infuriated the British establishment, its press, its politicians, its courts of respectable opinion, more than the desecration of Winston Churchill's statue in Parliament Square. The savage blood-red spray painted around Churchill's mouth, the livid green strip of grass giving him a mohawk haircut, transforming the stoical father of the nation into the Joker, was deemed unconscionable. Iconoclasm, the breaking of symbols, as the iconoclasts did in the Bolshevik Revolution when they sundered religious iconography, was all considered by the English to be very well, to be encouraged even, but not when the target was an actual icon, an empty idol. It'd be difficult to convey the symbolic and emotional value of this man to Britain's ruling class, and to a significant, though thankfully declining number, of British citizens. Those whose national consciousness be shaped by folk memories of World War II, probably the last moment of greatness, save for England's World Cup win, circa the year I myself entered this vale of tears, the 1966th year of our Lord. Mostly, Englishmen know Churchill as the man who, more than any other, crushed the Nazi menace, leading a wartime coalition government, exhorting what had been a badly led and sold-out nation to dare and to win. He saved the British state, steering it through one of its worst crises. In his lifetime, Churchill was the last truly loved British leader, no one since coming close. Now, when I sprecketh to my man in England, the Grand Magator, Jonathan Warrington, remember to subscribe to the Maggot channel. Look up Maggot Douglas Dietrich. You'll find it. And you can search his archives at your convenience. My past transmissions. Well, nigh all of them. Back when John Warrington started school on the Emerald Isles of Empire itself back in England, Churchill was still the most powerful sentiment. The red-faced, unionist history teacher of our man the Maggot explored World War II, recounting with pride an apocryphal story wherein Hitler, having heard that Churchill was leading the war effort, said with awe-stricken wonder, "What will we do now?" And the Maggot Man, along with all his fellow pupils, bright-eyed and remote, were deeply satisfied to think of such. "What will you do now? Get your arse kicked, that's what. Don't mess with the best. Fat men chewing cigars." Now Churchill, besides being a national myth, a minor cottage industry in and of his own name, and the source of endless nostalgic tat, has books celebrating his wicked wit, mugs adorned with his gangsterish mug, tea towels quoting the great man, endless court historians. These are actual British historians appointed by the royal court, mind you. They have such things. And when it comes to Churchill, there be almost no other kind of historian than a court historian, recapitulating his glories. Be there a movie about him now, with Gary Oldman? throw it into the pile with the last movie with Brian Cox. And the one before that with Brendan Gleeson. And the one before that with Albert Finney. And the one before that with Michael Gambon. All of them had to gain extra weight for their aping of the Churchill himself. And the industry be tantamount to a works progress administration. For the old empires actually national treasures. And a mini-boom may now be underway, as current sentiments circulating around Brexit have fueled a cultural return to spirit of empire. But for the Grand Magator, Jonathan Warrington, all that luster wore off long ago. And he found himself in Parliament Square admiring the handiwork of those protesters, asking, "Now what went wrong?" The culture industry is not always such a bad place to find out about Churchill. The actor Richard Burton, when preparing for his role as Winnie the Churchill in a television drama, famously wrote for the New York Times, across the Great Pond, and I quote his tea verbatim. "In the course of preparing myself, I realized afresh that I hate Churchill and all his kind. I hate them virulently. They have stalked down the corridors of endless power all through history. And what man of sanity would say, on hearing of the atrocities committed by the Japanese soldiery against British and Anzac prisoners of war, to quote as Churchill, 'We shall wipe them out, every one of them, men, women, and children. There shall not be a Japanese left on the face of the earth.' Such simple-minded cravings for revenge leave me with a horrified but reluctant awe for such single-minded and merciless ferocity." That directly quoting the late, great Richard Burton. And for this iconoclasm, Richard Burton was barred from future work at the British Broadcasting Company, accused of having acted in an unprofessional manner, and evidently regarded as having committed treason. Yet his query touched on something about Churchill that has oft embarrassed British sensibilities, so that it be generally never spracketh of his gung-ho fondness for imperial slaughter. Everywhere one looks, one finds Winnie Churchill dripping blood from his mouth. He was fanatical about violence. Churchill was the progeny of high aristocracy, the son of Chancellor Lord Randolph Churchill, a boy who would have been destined for high office whatever he did. It'd be important to note that the young Churchill was not an outright a member of the Conservative Party. He considered himself liberal in all but name, his attitudes secular, pro-free trade, pro-democracy, and in favor of some mild ameliorations for the working class, reflecting the ideologies of a Whiggish liberalism that was even then in decline. The single exception to this affiliation was that he rejected the idea of Irish Home Rule. But to be a liberal at that time was in no way incommensurate with imperialism, racism, Judeophobia, support for eugenics, and patriarchal disdain for suffragism. As Candice Millard exposes in her work entitled Hero of the Empire, her history of Churchill's daring do in the Boer War, he was a politician raised in and formed by British Empire. Churchill reached adulthood with an advanced sense of his own potential greatness, someone who prized his reputation for courage in the face of death. The British Empire had offered millions of people willing to travel halfway across the world to rule over people they knew next to nothing about the chance for that kind of adventurism. Across an empire enfolding 500 million peoples in its death grip, revolts and struggles were appearing in southern Africa, Egypt, and Ireland. And so Millard writes, and I quote as she verbatim, "To Churchill, such far-flung conflicts offered an irresistible opportunity for personal glory and advancement. When he entered the British Army and finally became a soldier, with the real possibility of dying in combat, Churchill's enthusiasm for war did not waver. On the contrary, he had writ to his mother that he looked forward to battle not so much in spite of as because of the risks I run. Churchill succeeded in proving himself a man by those imperial standards, fighting in India and Sudan, helping the Spanish suppress Cuba's freedom fighters, and after a brief South African parliamentary career, fighting in the Second Boer War. This experience primed Churchill to seek similar solutions to domestic troubles. When he joined the 1906 Liberal administration, he advocated aggressively authoritarian measures to curb social disobedience. Churchill's promotion to Home Secretary 4 years later came at a time of still rising political turmoil in the United Kingdom itself, Irish struggles for home rule, suffragism, strike waves. Churchill opposed them all with lethal violence. There'd be much emphasis in Churchillian hagiography on refuting the idea that he ordered troops to attack striking miners in South Wales, something for which he be despised by the local to this day. What in fact happened be that Churchill sent battalions of police from London and held troops in reserve in Cardiff in case the police couldn't get the job done. There was never any doubt that Churchill was on the side of the employers and prepared to mobilize the full force of the British state to see matters settled on their behalf. During a standoff with armed Latvian anarchists in Stepney, he took the unusual step of assuming operational command of police for the duration of the siege, and ultimately opted to kill the enemy by allowing them to be burned alive to death with their families in a house where they were trapped. That role was short-lived, however. Churchill was appointed instead to a senior military position, First Lord of the Admiralty. That put him in political command of the Royal Navy. A technophile, he pushed for modernization, aerialized combat, and later the tank. But nothing in his life experience could prepare him for the glory of the First World War. My God, he effused, circa 1915. This is living history. Everything we be doing and saying be thrilling. It will be read by 1,000 generations. Think of that. Why I would not be out of this glorious, delicious war for anything the world could give me. Churchill's gung-ho nature was to blame for the military disaster in Gallipoli in the 1915th year of our Lord. In an effort to claim control of the Dardanelles Straits and thus freeze Turkey out of the war, he was responsible for an operation sending British, French, New Zealander, and Australian forces, mostly volunteers, all half-trained, to besiege the Gallipoli Peninsula. The ensuing debacle chewed up those units and resulted in Churchill being demoted, leaving the government and joining the army to command a battalion. Had his ruling class credentials been less estimable, he might have been unmade by his failure and shot before a firing squad. Instead, as a member of the privileged elite, he returned to Parliament circa 1916 and once again rose through the ranks. Minister of Munitions, Secretary of War, and then Secretary of the Air. He was a ferocious advocate of intervention to quell the Russian Revolution, and wrote furiously about the dangers of the international Jews, who he equated inextricably with communism and their sinister confederacy, against whom he invoked the far more acceptable national Jew of Zionism, already identifying what is now the primary Civil War division between the liberal progressive Jews of diaspora and the alternative right racists of Herodian Israel. Churchill's writings have been mystifyingly misinterpreted and mispresented by hagiographies such as Martin Gilbert as evidence of his philo-Semitism, his love of the Jew. Pure British bullocks. What we on this side of the pond call bullshit. To Churchill, Jews and the left were inextricably linked. And in addition to being motivated by a profoundly Judeophobic good Jew, bad Jew, Manichaean dichotomy, the colonial underpinnings of Churchill's support for Zionism were later made clear when he addressed the Palestine Royal Commission on the subject of Palestinian self-determination, whereon, resorting to bestiary for his imagery, he compared self-rule to the dog running its own manger, a right he did not acknowledge as the master. "I do not admit," he so said, "that a great wrong has been done to the Red Indians of America or the black niggers of Australia by the fact that a stronger, superior race, a higher grade of mankind, the great Anglo, the master race, has come in and taken their place." As an imperial tactician, Churchill recommended fighting the insurgency in British Mandate Iraq by gassing them. Indeed, he had already pioneered such deadly weapons in Russia against the Bolsheviks. It's important to recognize that, as with his support for aerial combat, Churchill justified this as humane, high-tech alternative to more brutal methods of the bayonet. He wrote, "I am strongly in favor of using poisoned gas against all uncivilized tribes and their spawn, that their ilk, whether child or female, perish along with the men who spawn such with their loins." And then he explained as further, the moral effect should be so good that the loss of such life be reduced to a minimum by the very fact that so many people be killed so effectively. A perfect war, like the extermination of insects. When some in the India office caviled at the use of gas against the natives, Winston Churchill deemed their objections unreasonable, saying, "Gas be a more merciful weapon than a high explosive shell, and compels an enemy to accept a decision with less loss of life than any other agency of war." Such a logic, as historian Sven Lindqvist reminded us, has underpinned some of the most barbaric innovations in war-making. Even the use of nuclear weapons in Hiroshima and Nagasaki were insanely justified by Winston Churchill as a means to save lives. Churchill became a prominent advocate of rearmament and an enemy of the majority of the British military and political establishment, who all wanted to be on my biological father Adolf Hitler's side in his war against Bolshevik Russia. Churchill continued to think that the Nazis might be isolated and that an axis of unity might be forged with Italian and Spanish fascism, and as such continued to flatter Mussolini and opposed any support for Republican Spain. In the Spanish Civil War, in many ways the prelude to World War II, Churchill deemed the Republic a communist front and the Hitler-backed fascists as basically a leftist movement, therefore making all the enemy of the British master race and its empire. Certainly Churchill could have had no objection, as Franco bombed and gassed his enemies, bringing the methods of suppression refined in Morocco by Winston Churchill himself back to Spain, since these methods that Churchill himself deemed humane and condign were purported to the rest of the world as the wave of the future. Ultimately, the British ruling class abandoned its majority preference for collaboration with the Third Reich, which they later called or retermed appeasement, because the Soviet invasion of Poland persuaded Neville Chamberlain's government to take arms and saw Churchill promote it once more to the First Lord of Admiralty. But the government's half-hearted prosecution of war soon resulted in a crisis, triggering its collapse, and the formation of a new coalition government led by Churchill. And even after his appointment, Churchill persisted in seeking an alliance with the less globally ambitious fascist regimes. The historian Joanna Burke reports Churchill's desperate plea to Mussolini in May of 1940. Quote is that work. Churchill himself said, "Is it too late to stop the river of blood flowing between the British and the Italian peoples? Down the ages, above all other calls, comes the cry that the joint hairs of Latin and Christian civilization must not be ranged against one another in mortal strife. Hearken to it, I beseech you, in all honor and respect, before the dread signal be given." And that same year he addressed Francisco Franco in a similar tone. "British interests and policy be based on the independence and unity of Spain, and we looks forward to seeing her take her rightful place both as a great Mediterranean power and as a leading and famous member of the family of Europe and Christendom." While this was unavailing in Italy, Churchill did succeed in striking an alliance with Francisco Franco that extended the life of his regime. Of course, as many people have suggested, the Second World War was not merely one war. Ernest Mandel argued that it was at least 5 wars. Alongside a war between imperializing powers, there was also an anti-colonial People's War involving the colonial subjects of South Africa and South Asia. All Africa and South Asia, as a matter of fact, and Russia's global aggression against the world, China's struggle against Japanese imperialism, and a popular anti-communist war on part the nations of the world in Axis. There were nationalist struggles against communism in Greece, Spain, Yugoslavia, Poland, and France, while it was soldiers in China, Vietnam, India, and Indonesia who resisted communist insurgency. For Churchill, however, it was an imperialist war alone, and he prosecuted it as such. It was the British who first bombed civilians during that conflict, attacking them in the suburbs of Berlin. Britain could not defeat the Third Reich through a massive continental army. Churchill himself so declared, but must destroy the Nazi regime through an absolutely devastating, exterminating attack by very heavy bombers. The great majority of bombs were intentionally aimed at and fell on built-up residential areas rather than the strategic infrastructure of industry. According to the director of Air Intelligence, quoted by historian Richard Overy, they were directed at the livelihood, the homes, the cooking, heating, lighting, and family life of that section of the population which, in any country, is least mobile and most vulnerable to a general air attack, the working class. This culminated, notoriously, in the firebombing of Dresden. The tactic of incinerating civilians be absurdly based on the idea that this would demoralize the population and grind down resistance. An idea that the British Empire had to be repeatedly disabused of in all its colonial wars. A war of nation-states might have conspicuously spared the civilian population, seeking to deploy forces on the field of battle in confrontation with enemy forces afield in honor. But to the most dishonorable man on all the earth, Winston Churchill, this would have been simply unthinkable. This was the man whose entire military career was marked by an enthusiastic love of danger and death. This was the man who had fought to suppress anti-colonialists everywhere. The man who saw fit to gas and bomb the natives wherever they refused British designs. Total war against human population was the only logical culmination in the mind of such a madman, a mass shooter, given the power to rule over a quarter of the population of planet Earth. After the war, or rather after proactive prosecution of hostilities, with belligerency entering ceasefire. When there was Allied discussion of using Franco's dependence on British oil to persuade the regime to moderate, Churchill angrily dissented, declaring that it was little less than stirring up a revolution in Spain. You begin with oil, you will quickly end in blood. Communists, Churchill said, would become masters of Spain, and the infection of leftism would spread very fast through both Italy and France. With the Third Reich defeated, as a popular Volkisch people's movement considered a leftist movement by Churchillian dogma, communism was once again the main enemy, as he would signal in his March 1946 Iron Curtain speech, heralding, indeed welcoming, the Cold War. Churchill ended the war greatly diminished. He had been extremely popular throughout, and would continue to be widely respected for his decision to fight and his implacable energy in fighting. But there was demand for major social reform, and that meant a Labour landslide, and he was voted out of office by such, while war was still actively ongoing against the Empire of Japan. Because whereas the British people had seen Adolf Hitler and the National Socialist Germans Workers' Party as a populist leftist threat against class oppression that the elite of Britain wanted to sunder and exterminate completely, the Japanese were recognized as an empire of equal right. Churchill, because war was still ongoing legally with Japan circa 1951, and the 1,000-year Reich in exile was still at large, enjoyed one more stint as Prime Minister beginning the 1951st year of our Lord, during which he maintained most of the reforms implemented by Labour, and this was also mostly bipartisan, waged brutal, uncompromising war against the Mau Mau uprising in Kenya, where Barack Obama was later born, and the Malayan insurgency in South Asia, Britain's version of Vietnam. In the Malayan emergency, Churchill was once more a modernizer. Britain was the first state to deploy Agent Orange and similar herbicides, and cheerfully adopted the same policy of saturation bombardment that the United States would deploy throughout the Indochina conflict. And then, decisively ill, Churchill retired, having spent much of his life repelling native threats to the British Empire. He had helped save it from the Third Reich. But the people he saw fit to rule, in most cases, succeeded in overthrowing that rule. In part precisely because of the worldwide mobilizations triggered in the struggle against his own colonial empire by the Axis powers and the colonial empires of all the rest of the imperializing powers of Western Europe. The Axis being a true people's movement, overthrew the foreign masters of the white world order. And that is why the Axis be so despised by the white trash sewer of shit flooding the world today. It makes sense that the British state idolizes Churchill. His history be its history. But who, as asked by John Warrington unto myself, knowing what that history be, could ever join in the reverence? And similarly, Donald John Trump has consolidated power because people like Vice President Mike Pence and Senate Majority Leader Mitch McConnell be willing to exploit right-wing, populist-personated elitism to keep Democrats from power and thwart left-wing policies of progression like universal health care, gay rights, and the rights to affordable education, free information in a neutral network, all suppressed, eliminated, retracted, withdrawn by the white elite to keep everyone else of any color from ever progressing towards a potential equality of existence. Meanwhile, supposed moderates tie themselves into knots, trying to argue that quite reasonable left-wing political figures like Elizabeth Warren be somehow the same in moral equivalency as Donald Trump. Or else they insist that radical protesters on the left be somehow allied with Donald Trump in their assaults on the basic ideological fabric of liberal democracy. These false analyses trip lightly over the fact that the far-right movement has spent decades indoctrinating itself exactly this: that anyone to the left of Dwight David Eisenhower be a radical monster who hates America, though John Birch Society founder Robert Welch accused even Ike of being a dedicated, conscious agent of the communist conspiracy. When supposedly sober pundits blame the left for the rise of Donald Trump, they be simply echoing and co-signing the far-right talking point that the political left be responsible for everything that's ever gone wrong in the world. This isn't to say that no one should criticize leftist ideas or left-wing activists. Criticism and open debate being healthy and useful, but it's important to recognize and understand the place that anti-leftism plays in far-right organizing and in far-right violence. If you want to get on a soapbox to denounce left-wing protesters on campus, remember that Donald John Trump himself be openly conspiring to abuse government power to silence and persecute those very peoples. If you disagree with left-wing leaning Congresswoman Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez or Ilhan Omar, take just a minute to acknowledge the preposterous deluge of right-wing hate and smears that have been directed their way since the 2018 elections. The vitriol be partly because they be women of color, but it's also because they advocate for left-wing goals like higher taxes on the wealthy or support for Palestinians. Americans of good faith hardly be required to agree with the leftists whom the far right be targeting. But Americans of goodwill need to support those same leftists when they are so targeted. If you can't find it in yourself to stand for people on the left when they be under attack, you're going to find yourself standing by default with Donald Trump. Soon thereafter, you will find that you have nowhere to stand at all. Now, I want to thank my Facebook friend, Renato Rodriguez C. Shout out unto he, for providing myself insight into Brazil. I pray he be listening, because the fire at Notre Dame brings all too sharply to my mind the fact that Rio's National Museum fire was not an accident. I have spoken before. This was, if ever such a parallel was ever apropos, the Reichstag fire of Jair Bolsonaro, the current Trump autocrat of the tropics. The fire that destroyed the National Museum of Brazil in Rio de Janeiro was part of a larger campaign of disinvestment aimed at the empire's history and culture. It's very important to remember Brazil is not just a nation. When Napoleon Bonaparte overtook the whole of Europe, the King of Portugal escaped to Brazil and invested himself as emperor. And for a period of time, Brazil was the Empire of Brazil. And functionally, it still is. When the Empire of Brazil's National Museum was consumed by fire on the night of Sunday, dated the 3rd of September, yesteryear, many Brazilians, like Renato Rodrigues C., saw part of their childhood going up in flames with it. Like countless others, especially those Brazilians who grew up in Rio de Janeiro, many had first visited the museum as small children. São Cristóvão Palace, home of the museum since 1892, is a beautiful neoclassical building located in Quinta da Boa Vista, a large park in the city's Zona Norte, where many people in the area were raised. Rio's less affluent north side lacks the amenities that be concentrated in the more heavily touristed Zona Sul, or southern zone. Resultantly, the majority of cultural spaces in the city be difficult for less privileged people to access. But even the poorest residents of Rio could always visit the National Museum, which was near 2 train stations and was off one of the first, and sometimes the last, forms of contact that impoverished segment of the population would have with Brazilian science and history. The museum held a vast trove of well over 20 million items, all Latin America's largest anthropology and natural history collection. It was there that students from public schools, residents of distant neighborhoods, and the children of parents who could not afford to enter other cultural spaces in the city of Rio de Janeiro learned about the prehistoric animals that once inhabited Brazil's countryside. It was there that they took pride in the 12,000-year-old skeleton of Lugia, the oldest human remains ever found in the Americas. That precious artifact, like an estimated 90% of the museum's collection, has been destroyed. Since the fire, Brazilians have been sharing emotional stories from their visits to museums as children, marveling at both the exhibits and the National Museum itself. Built in 1803, the ornate palace was once the residence of the Portuguese royal family. Beyond its historical, cultural, and social importance, the museum, which was overseen by the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, was also a prestigious academic institution recognized in Brazil and internationally for the quality of its courses and scientific work. We all may now be shocked at the destruction. The attempts at retrieval from the ashes are still ongoing, months on out. But no Brazilian could truly claim to be surprised by the disaster itself. For decades, the once grand palace had been showing signs of decay. Exposed electrical wires in the galleries, an inadequate cooling system, floors and ceilings patched up with unsuitable materials. It lacked sprinklers and smoke detectors. Nearby fire hydrants were dry. What was once a source of local and national pride became a symbol of Brazil's failing infrastructure and ineffective local and national government. Brazilians live in a country that has a weak connection to its history. a reflection of their inability to overcome the plunder and colonization in their past. How did they get there? Why are they now weeping over the destruction of an asset of invaluable material and immaterial worth? In the wake of the fire, many guilty parties have been singled out. From the university that was responsible for the management of the building to the city's own firefighters who lacked adequate training and supplies. But most Brazilians blame the government and the austerity policies of the all too recent president of the Brazilian Republic, Michael Temer. Surname spelled T-E-M-E-R, first name spelled M-I-C-H-E-L. Recently, during his tenure, an amendment was inserted in the text of the federal constitution, freezing all public investments for 20 years. Brazilians have witnessed many long years of diminished federal funding for cultural and scientific institutions in the name of other public priorities. Consequently, the process of decay accelerated for institutions that depend almost entirely on public investment. Before the National Museum burned, it was subjected to decades of disinvestment. The Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, to which the museum belongs, has experienced 7 fires at its facilities over the past 7 years. 3 yesteryear alone. This be an ongoing campaign, not the result of accidents and misfortune, as some Brazilian officials have tried to cover up. There be a conspiracy to destroy the secrets of Brazil. At least some blame must also go to the devaluation of culture in general throughout the former empire of Brazil. Brazilians live in a country so weakened in its connection to any sense of past, reflecting the overall inability to overcome the colonial plunder so integral to that legacy, that in advance of the 2016 Summer Olympics, Rio de Janeiro and the Brazilian government instead spent billions on costly development projects, opening new landmarks like Spanish architect Santiago Calatrava's Museum of Tomorrow and Aqua Rio, the largest aquarium in all South America, to maintain what they had. Meanwhile, Rio de Janeiro had allowed several other museums and historic structures to decay, such as the city's former rail hub, Leopoldina Station, which has sat unused and vacant for over a decade. In particular, Brazilians also demonstrate little concern for the educational and cultural resources provided for those living in poverty, thanks to Brazil's perverse collective consensus that inequality be natural and success must come from individual merit-based effort, all of which be impossible to reward anyone from a playing field that's entirely leveled to advantage of the privileged. They tell you that in America today, these United States, because we are now but a northern reflection of the second largest nation in the Western Hemisphere, our southern neighbor Brazil. In Brazil today, producing science and culture is increasingly a political act and an act of resistance. It means opposing the government's austerity regime. It means hearing that you and your work are not important, that it's better to just privatize everything. It means finding the strength to overcome systematic federal disinvestment. It means embracing a career that be both financially and socially undervalued. But above all, it means possessing the hope and strength to fight for better days. All of this shows that the libertarian philosophy manifested pervasively in Brazil as the cultural norm, and thereby destroyed its future. Many Brazilians were children when they became enchanted by the fossils in Brazil's National Museum. Many of them would want to grow up to be paleontologists, like so many children here in these United States. This was because public school students would visit the museum with their classes in elementary school. Years later, some of them might find themselves students at the Federal University of Rio de Janeiro, witnessing that university's decline and losing the building where their classes were held to a fire. Today, some of them, like Renato Rodrigues, become, in a very real sense, vocal social scientists. And some of them, whether through journalism or returning to work on campus the day after the fire took away one of the buildings in which they were educated, returned to help produce knowledge in a small step toward building a country that once again values education and science as pathways to a free and just society, rather than the sinking of all society into the sewer of libertarian shit that independent parties promote in sinking ships of state like these United States. But all of this be inextricably linked with Jair Bolsonaro, the museum fire, the assassination attempt on himself, which he orchestrated to gain public sympathy, and Brazil's implosion into what will very likely be a North-South civil war between its predominantly black North and its overwhelmingly white South. Now, as this altering world's repository, all of this world, which be changing every moment of every day, relies on its repositories of our cultural, scientific, and historic legacies, making museums all humanity's treasure homes, nearly sacred locations that you feel when you enter a museum, the feeling you get when you enter a cathedral. They represent sanctity and stability, preservation in an ever-changing world. Americans, for instance, be rightly pleased with the Smithsonian, with its unparalleled collections of nationwide inheritance. All the pieces from George Washington's Navy uniform, the unique Star-Spangled Banner, to the 1903 Wright Flyer, and Lindbergh's Spirit of St. Louis, and on and on. Those talismans of the American previous be, in many circumstances, the one bodily proof of whom we, as soon as have been, and the place we have now come from. Now, as someone, of course, who was a research librarian and spent much time in repositories of knowledge, I relate to many of the people that I had to have exchanges with based on research demanded by my work, who spent their time as children in their summer seasons as volunteers within the basements of places, institutions, facilities, such as Smithsonian's National Museum of National or Natural History in Washington, D.C. I remember speaking to one specialist who served half a dozen taxidermists, preserving and mounting specimens from worldwide in the Smithsonian National Museum of Natural History in Washington, D.C. before he wound up in the research that I was inquiring into related to my work for the Department of Defense. In his case, he had mounted West African pangolins, Panamanian bats, Indonesian flying foxes, and folks like him, both boys and girls, became science geeks. He remembered one who was saving up cash as a child to purchase an uncommon tome on the intercourse lives of salamanders, salamanders being his factor of interest. Now, through the cautious classification of examinational specimens, kids like that, aiding within the development of scientific information, were exposed to work that appeared as vitally necessary as anything they could consider at that impressionable age. And in growing to like the museum, and the weeks there that they were giving glimpses of the everlasting collection, the storeroom stuff with wondrous objects from the pure world was there that so many of them discovered, as in most museums, what the general public sees within the galleries as only a fraction of what's really in a museum, most of which be hidden away for examination and posterity by the privileged academicians, the research elites. So whatever you see in a museum is nothing. Like an iceberg, everything is under that tip that's visible to the naked eye. The overwhelming majority of what's in a museum is in storage, accessed by volunteers, interns, and active researchers. When the information broke worldwide of the earth that struck the 200-year-old National Museum of Brazil in Rio de Janeiro on the night of September 2nd yesteryear, early photos prompted that the injury be widespread. However, in those moments, few may have imagined the actual extent of devastation. There be tales that employees, members had managed to save lots of just a few valuable artifacts. However, the subsequent day's studies carried the awful message that as a lot as 90% of the scientific and archaeological collections, which comprised an estimated 20 million objects, were forever lost to flame. So when I myself watched a video shot by an information crew within the gutted lobby of the reconstructing of the National Museum of Brazil, the factor scene that survived, the sole relic to survive the flames intact, was a meteor on a plinth. And outside, a crowd of individuals had assembled to bear witness to the tragedy. Some were weeping disconsolately, hugging each other. Others tried to hurry previous barriers, rush into the construction, but police would push them back from volunteering their services because it would only make things worse and scatter what little might be recovered. And without ever having been to Brazil myself throughout my lifetime, and therefore never having by any means visited the National Museum thereof myself, I still shared the grief that all those Brazilians felt, certain that this was not merely a big loss to Brazil's heritage, a lobotomy of the Brazilian brain, but a loss to the mind of the world. And I could look at the different horrible cultural losses in recent times. ISIS jihadis' destruction of the Assyrian metropolis of Nimrud, the Roman advances at Palmyra, Jonah's tomb in Mosul, and a few of the world's earliest remaining Christian church buildings in both Iraq and Syria, all lost to ISIS, destroying those sacred relics of a time before. I thought of the Taliban smashing of the Buddhas of Bamiyan in Afghanistan, and of the historic artifacts within the Kabul Museum, as destroyed by the Taliban fundamentalists. I thought of the sacking of the National Museum of Iraq in Baghdad, following the United States' invasion. A sacking so orchestrated by Michael Aquino himself for the recovery of ancient Artilica for exploitation by his personal sorcerer, Peter Levinda, the author of the Simon Necronomicon. I thought of the destruction of Timbuktu's historic mausoleums by Al-Qaeda-linked extremists. Those acts of destruction have been particularly infuriating as a result of they got here by the hands of males, patriarchal, male supremacist, reactionary movements, but additionally resultant of an irresponsive or serious energy on the part of the rest of the world, even the United Nations, for all its declarations on behalf of worldwide cultural heritage websites, to render any effort, apart from issuing statements of entreaty, to intervene by force to cease the destruction. The supply of the hearth on the National Museum in Rio remains to be underneath investigation. Defective wiring was suspected, taken advantage of by the arsonist. But the injury has since, as we've since discovered, been at the very least partly preventable, and given the state of affairs, extra deserving of public outrage than even these all too evidently deliberate incidents that I've just articulated. Two of the hydrants in entrance of the museum weren't even functioning, so some vans were needed to refill their cisterns with water from a lake a long way away. The museum's funds were reportedly about identical as the quantity allotted for laundry the vehicles pushed by the leaders of the decrease home of the National Congress of Brazil. This home austerity program, decreasing all funding and increasing divestiture. There's been a convention of neglect and mismanagement on the museum. Funds to replace the safety and fire prevention methods had been lastly authorized over the summer season, and yet were never even dispersed. in a period during which museums should compete with the myriad glories of the internet's digital world, we've since additionally discovered that many Brazilians, much more prosperous residents of Rio, had by no means invested in their national museum. Amongst a few of them, naturally, an insufficient lot, this set off some anguished soul-searching. So, last week, a woman who has asked to remain unidentified, who lives within the metropolis of Rio de Janeiro, wrote to myself to say that she felt sad but also ashamed as a result of the fact that she had never, by any means, visited the museum. Many of her associates hadn't. So she said, I think this means we are all a little guilty for what happened. We don't value our history and our art as we should. And it's nigh identical the world over. We like to think about our museums as inviolable, even everlasting locations. The Notre Dame was naught but a giant museum piece, and still is. We'd be pleased by the existence of such edifices, and we promise ourselves that we'll go to them extra typically, simply expediently, as we have not now the time, none of us anticipating that these museums and their contents either fade or flame out of existence. So, another Brazilian acquaintance of mine, the historian Günter Axt, obviously a German emigre, surname spelled AXT. He wrote to myself, and I'll read in his English, which I will translate poorly, Portuguese, actually being the original language in which you wrote, and I rewrote it in English. And I'm sure I did a piss poor job, but I'm going to do my best to make this sound euphonic as possible, or even acceptable. He wrote the following: feeling deeply depressed, as properly as my colleagues right here. The nation is overwhelmed by a horrible feeling that we have now failed as a nation. And maybe it's true. I've adopted the state of affairs of this museum for years. Many warned concerning the distressing state of affairs confronted by the establishment. All this bumped into a mix of neglect, lack of constant coverage for collectors and museums in Brazil's and forms. The museum was created by the King of the United Kingdom of Brazil and Portugal, Dom João the 6th, circa 1818. The preliminary assortment was constituted by the imperial household due to its curiosity in archaeology and pure historical past. It'd be unimaginable to explain as to all the pieces that existed inside there. The African assortment, one of the vital necessary on the planet, started with the presence of the traditional African kings to Dom João the 6th. I believe his name is pronounced João, Joao. This is Douglas Dietrich speaking on the pronunciation. I've never figured that out because I never heard anyone pronounce it. But the African kings presented their gifts unto this Dom João the 6th, such because the throne of Dahomey, the African monarchs having a large deal of slave trade with the original pioneers of Brazil, the African monarchs donated to the kings of Portugal. There's, for instance, elements such as their sandals. As a result of 18th century Africa, only royalty wore sandals. So their sandals were gifted unto the king of Portugal the way a foreign king would gift his crown. So there have been robes, clothes, ceramics, masks. There have been many issues of which there is no such thing as a hint left of in Africa itself that were preserved in the National Museum of Brazil. The feathered artwork comprised an unequaled assortment for the king's acquired presents from the unique tribal populations. The anthropologists have since enlarged the gathering over time. The royal cloak of Hawaii was there as a result of the Hawaiian king and queen, shortly prior to their deaths in London, had visited Emperor Dom Pedro I. The Princess of Austria, Leopoldina, started the collections of stones, botany, and bugs. She introduced dozens of naturalists from Austria who carried out their analysis right there in Brazil, on-site the museum. There have been items from the outdated Habsburg Palace and Leopoldina's correspondence with the European princesses and Maria Luisa, Napoleon's spouse, were outstanding attributes of the Brazilian National Museum. The library had rarities equivalent to an 800-year-old Torah, one of the vital historic treatises on this entire planet. The Egyptian assortment was the largest in Latin America and had been begun by Pedro I, the Emperor of Brazil himself. The mummies had been in a nice situation, but the Inca mummies were always known to be much more spectacular. The assortment of frescoes and ceramics of Pompeii and Herculaneum, begun by Empress Teresa Cristina of Brazil, who financed quite a few archaeological excavations in Italy, were on site. As the Princess of the Two Sicilias, by marriage, it was her dowry that initiated the biggest Greco-Roman assortment in all Latin America. 200 years of analysis significantly elevated the gathering. I could go on for hours itemizing what was forever lost. It's an irreparable loss for all humanity. A catastrophe that takes our world into the abyss. And many Brazilians find it impossible not to see the museum tragedy as a metaphor for the nation's larger implosion. After a decade of surging progress, Brazil fell right into a deep recession circa 2016. At the same time, Trump was being hacked into our office of presidency by the motherfucking Russians. And additionally, Brazil had its political and enterprise establishments shaken by corruption scandals. President Dilma Rousseff's humiliating political downfall and impeachment that, but a year agone, impacted all Brazil by the jailing on corruption practices of her wildly well-liked predecessor, Luiz Inácio Lula da Silva. The violence within Brazilian empire can also be off the charts, with 64,000 individuals murdered in the year before yesteryear, 2017. That's roughly 6 instances as many murders per 100,000 people as within the United States, beating us up in the north by orders of magnitude. And the widespread public insecurity and lack of religion in public establishments has made an ultra-rightist former military captain, Jair Bolsonaro, the man who beat out all eligible candidates within the presidential election. And all of this due to the fact that 4 days after the museum fire, when Bolsonaro was campaigning within the provincial metropolis of Horæ, he was stabbed within the abdomen by a co-conspirator, non-fatally, a paper scratch, so that he would bleed, apparently profusely, and spend the debates period, which he would have lost because he's an idiot. Instead of exposing to the world what a blithering idiot he was, he got to convalesce in a Sao Paulo hospital. And according to all pollsters and political analysts, his putative near-death expertise, near-death experience, boosted his standing because he claimed he died and went to the other side transitionally. A lie. He never flatlined. Never once was ever in danger of doing so. And then one really thinks of the fact that he was capitalizing on the irony of such historical incidents that had taken place in terms of Brazil's past. Bolsonaro had begun his presidential marketing campaign within the metropolis of Presidente Prudente, named for Brazil's first civilian president, Prudente de Mourão. And the biggest coincidence be that Prudente owed the success of his government to the sudden popularity he himself had gained after undergoing a knife attack. And on November 5th in 1897, if I remember correctly, Prudente wrote, "In that attack, Marshal Bittencourt, my Minister of War, died. Attacks on our presidents or political leaders are rarer than in the United States." And then Bolsonaro decides to take advantage of that fact and orchestrate one so that he would be considered a creature of history instead of a creature of humility. And the debate over the responsibility for the fire, of course, is intense in Brazil. Some things were saved from the fire, like stones and meteorites. The 800-year-old Torah, I found out prior coming on air tonight, that was also miraculously saved. But some of those mummies lost. Their cases had never even been opened. They themselves had never even been unwrapped. The Egyptian collection had about 700 pieces. There was a human fossil, 12,000 years of age, the oldest located in the Americas. So this is still one of the greatest cultural disasters of all our times. In 1958, a fireplace in New York's MoMA almost destroyed their collection, but it was put out in time. In 2013, a Rotterdam museum was almost flooded. In those circumstances, tragedy was reversed on the final second. In the case of Brazil's National Museum, everyone knew tragedy might occur at any given moment. But sadly, all those accountable did very little or absolutely nothing. And after this lobotomy of the Brazilian brain, so indicative of the Brazilians thereafter voting in Jair Bolsonaro, Jair Bolsonaro has been unequivocally open about his objective to exterminate the indigenous populations of the Amazon, Brazil's Indians. Because you see, the reason he had ordered the museum destroyed before he became president was to usher in that feeling of hopelessness, a psyop that would help to bring about his presidency. And it would also destroy, he intended, the evidence that the indigenous populations of Brazil had macro-engineered or actually created what we know today as the Amazon rainforest, the largest human artifact on the surface of the world. The evidence that was being gathered in that museum is what I'm going to relate next. But it's most important to know that that evidence had to be destroyed, because otherwise there would indeed be a proposition by the United Nations to render the Amazon a property of all humanity, an international cultural treasure of the world. And that, of course, might lead eventually, by the insistence of advocates such as myself, to the military intervention in Brazil to prevent a genocide of the guardians of that world human cultural heritage site, the Amazon rainforest, the indigenous peoples. So when it comes to the Native Americans of Brazil, the Brazilian Indians, and their secrets that were being amassed in the National Museum of Brazil, by eliminating the keepsite place there where their treasures were being stored, proving, of course, their accomplishments, Jair Bolsonaro gets to have them all to himself, because all evidence easily accessible of their cultural legacy, their environmental legacy, their macro engineering legacy, now be considered inaccessible to the rest of humanity. But I'm going to explain why there be hope. When it comes to the reality, which is very hard for most people to understand, of the artificiality of the Amazon rainforest, what most people have to understand is that the Amazon rainforest was shaped by an ancient hunger for fruits and nuts. The supposedly pristine, untouched Amazon rainforest was actually shaped by humans over thousands of years, when native people played a strong role in molding the ecology of what be propagandized and mythified as a vast wilderness. The Amazon rainforest appears wild and untouched by humanity, but people have been shaping its biodiversity for millennia. People living in the area thousands of years ago have changed the forest around them in ways that still be visible today. The Amazon has long been held up as this example of untamed wilderness, but people have lived in the world's largest rainforest for thousands of years, hunting, gathering, and farming. For years, researchers debated how much of an influence human activities had on the Amazon. And only recently do we have access to studies describing the extent to which ancient peoples changed the distribution of trees in the forest around them. The way the ignorant describe it, you'd think the Amazon was a tangle of wilds, virtually untouched by human hand. These ignoramuses include pseudo-intellectuals or overeducated academicians. Stanwin Shetler, a Smithsonian botanist, described this region of the world in a 1991 book marking the 500th anniversary of Christopher Columbus's voyage to the New World by propagandizing on behalf of Christopher Columbus, saying that the Amazon rainforest was the first Eden, a pristine natural kingdom, insisting the native people were transparent in the landscape, living as natural elements of the ecosphere, their world was a world of barely perceptible human disturbance. Utter bullshit. In a less rhapsodical verse, scholars in the past century have shown that this mythical image of untouched nature be just that, a complete myth. Like humans everywhere, Native Americans shaped their environments to suit themselves through burning, pruning, tilling, and other practices, and the Amazon be no different. Look closer, and you can see the deep impressions that humans have made on the world's largest tropical rainforest, as scientists have so since reported via the journal Science. And we know now that the Amazon jungle was once home to millions more people than ever previously thought. Forget small nomadic tribes and pristine jungle. The southern Amazon was likely covered in a network of extraordinarily large villages and ceremonial centers long before Columbus. Before Spanish invaders conquered South America, sparse groups of nomadic people clustered around the Amazon River, leaving the surrounding rainforest pristine and untouched. This is the absolute sewage of shit that's been forced down your throat for generations. New research confirms a very different reality. An Amazonian region peppered with rainforest villages, ceremonial earthworks, and a much larger population than ever previously imagined. The research, which, if I remember correctly, was funded at least in part by the National Geographic Society and published in the journal Nature Communications, as well as the journal Science, challenges all common perception of pre-Columbian Amazon rainforest as sparsely populated. That perception has endured despite 16th century accounts of enormous interconnected villages that go against all modern assumptions. Jonas Gregorio de Souza, an archaeologist at the University of Exeter, who collaborated on the project I'm citing, confirms that many people have the image it's an untouched paradise, much of the region be unexplored and covered in dense forests, so it's been inaccessible to archaeologists interested in learning more about life away from the mighty river itself, until now, when the team used satellite imagery to try and identify ancient geoglyphs. These are supermassive earthworks, like the Nazca lines, likely used for ceremonies, in previously unexplored parts of the Brazilian state of Mato Grosso. And then the research team, armed with the coordinates of all likely geoglyphs, headed into the field, sometimes literally, since large land in the region are used for agriculture. Sure enough, each of the 24 targets they visited was confirmed the real deal. So de Souza concluded everything made sense. We knew we were in a special area. At one site, the team went deeper. They located ceramics and charcoal, suggesting a village that dated about 1410 Anno Domini. When back in their offices, they used their findings to predict whether other sites might be located, creating a computer model that took everything from elevation to soil pH to precipitation into account. And it showed that people would likely have built geoglyphs in higher elevation areas with big variations in seasons and temperatures. That model also showed that people wouldn't necessarily have built close to rivers, an idea which runs counter to all modern assumptions. It revealed that there are likely 1,300 supermassive geoglyphs and villages in a 154,000 square mile swath of southern Amazonia, 2/3 of which have not yet been found. The computer model also predicted population densities that were much larger than ever expected. The team now thinks that 1 million people once lived in just 7% of the Amazon basin that they've studied. That flies in the face of previous estimates that only about 2 million people lived in the entire Amazon basin. The distribution of the potential sites suggests an interconnected, advanced series of fortified villages spanning over 1,100 miles that flourished between 1200 and 1500 AD. In a press release, Jose Iriarte, archaeologist at the University of Exeter, National Geographic explorer, and the paper's primary author, stated, "We need to reevaluate the history of the Amazon." So what happened to the rainforest-dwelling people? De Souza says they died out after the European conquest of the region. Disease and genocide wiped out entire villages, and many others abandoned agriculture altogether. He observes they had to be on the move constantly, but the traces they left behind means there's still more to learn about their now vanished civilization. That paper was published, if I remember, on the second day in March last year in Science, finding that many domesticated trees and palms be 5 times more likely to be overrepresented in the Amazon than are non-domesticated ones. The researchers also found that the domesticated plants tended to cluster around the remains of pre-Columbian settlements, or areas where people lived prior to the arrival of Christopher Columbus. They conclude that this pattern could help other scientists discover as yet unknown ancient settlements in the Amazon. To quote as Carolina Levis, a paleoecologist at Wageningen University in the Netherlands, and the lead author of the study, the authoress, it's not enough to study the environmental conditions that structure these communities of trees and palms. We need to ask, what are the human influences in these botanical communities? Because despite its vastness, the Amazon stretches well over 2 million square miles and has an estimated 390 billion trees, bordering on 400 billion. This rainforest is hardly the untamable, unstoppable force of nature that the romantic opine about, as confirmed by Jose Iriarte, the archaeologist at the University of Exeter. In fact, humans have inhabited the Amazon for roughly 13,000 years and have been domesticating plants for at least 8,000 years. So per Iriarte, recent archaeological studies, especially in the last 2 decades, show that indigenous populations in the past were far, far more numerous, much, much more complex, and had an enormously greater impact on the largest and most biodiverse tropical forest in the world than ever previously thought. Circa 2013, the community ecologist Hans Terstege, surname spelled STEEJGE, and colleagues were taking inventory of the vast diversity of the Amazon's trees. The team sampled 1,170 scattered plots far from modern human inhabitants to identify over 16,000 different species among those 400 billion individual plants. Then they noticed something odd. Despite that broad diversity, over half of the total trees were made up of just over 1%, 227 of all the species. About 20 of these hyperdominant plants were domesticated species, such as the Brazil nut, and the Amazon tree grape, and the ice cream bean tree. That was 5 times the amount researchers expected, if chance were the only factor. Now, Terstege, that individual I just aforementioned, who be the lead author of the recent study, per he, the model came up that people domesticated these species a lot, which would have enforced their abundance throughout the Amazon. And to investigate this discovery, Terstege teamed up with archaeologists to look more closely at the number of domesticated species in proximity to wherever there was evidence of pre-Columbian communities. Noting that he and his team were able to plot a decrease in the number of domesticated species as the distance from archaeological sites increased, TÁÍPBÉIH says, indeed, the distance to these archaeological sites has an effect on the abundance and richness of domesticated species in the Amazon. And the researchers also found that many of these domesticated species were identified far from the areas where they first arose, leading to the conclusion that humans transported them to cultivate elsewhere. Cocoa, used by some native peoples for beverages and in religious ceremonies, was first domesticated in the northwestern region of the Amazon, where researchers today have identified a larger genetic diversity reflecting more time established there. But today the species be most prevalent in the southern areas of the rainforest. Now, Iriarte, who is not involved in this research, says TÁÍPBÉIH's study is the largest and most comprehensive analysis of human impact on Amazon flora ever conducted. He adds that the inclusion of archaeologists and soil scientists helped the study immensely, adding expertise, improving correlations, and scrutinizing whether a species would be likely to grow naturally in the soil of a particular area. Now, Iriarte himself, who does extensive research on the impact of pre-Columbian humans on the Amazon, including plant domestication, confirms this has made the study really robust by taking into account cultural and natural features of the Amazon in analysis. Now, the study may also have exciting implications beyond the ecological origins of this entire region. In the future, Iriarte hopes this research could be reverse engineered to help archaeologists locate ancient Amazonian settlements and pinpoint artifacts. By looking for regions that have higher than expected concentrations of domesticated plant species, researchers could better narrow their lens when searching for artifacts throughout the dense Amazon. Per Iriarte, perhaps the very biodiversity we want to preserve is not only due to thousands of years of natural evolution, but also the result of the human footprint upon them. The more we learn, the more the evidence points to the latter. Now, I'll get back to talking about the ancient peoples that shaped the Amazon rainforest. When I return, I'm going to take a break for 10 to 15 minutes. Going to let our man, our producer, take the stage. I'll wait for acknowledgement from Pavel Pravara before I take off for a bit, but I shall return. Take opportunity of this time to relieve yourselves or get some refreshment.
Okay.
Thank you, Pavel.
We'll be right back.
You don't sit down and I'm singing now because my tear ducts are too statistic. Someone should study me now. Somebody's gotta be interested in how I feel. Just cause I'm here and I'm reeling how I miss. Such a unique conclusion, a confrontation with that kiss and I miss. Walking up to the edge and jumping in like I could feel the future on your face. Saying grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. Like me, that was love. But now I am found. I was blind, but now I see. Now I see. Now I see. None of which were mine. None of which were mine. I wasn't kidding when I said goodbye. I wasn't kidding. I wasn't kidding when I said goodbye. Oh, the fire,
I just want to check, are you there, Douglas? Is Douglas there?
I am walking out in the rain, and I am listening a little more of the diatone again, and I am getting nowhere with you, and I can't let it go, and I can't get through. The old woman behind the pink curtains and closed the door on the first floor. She's listening through the air shaft to see how long a swan song can last in both hands. Now use both hands. Oh, now don't close your eyes. I am right here, graffiti on your body. I am drawing the story of how hard we tried. How hard we tried. my bed frame, and your flesh has been my pillow. I've been waiting for sleep to offer up the deep with both here. Both here.
Let us know, Douglas, when you're back.
With each other's shadow, we grew less and less tall, and eventually our theories couldn't explain it all. And regarding our history now on the bedroom wall, when we leave the landlord to go, paint over it all and walk it all in the rain. And I am listening to the low moan of the dial tone again, and I am getting nowhere with you, and I can't let it go, and I can't get through. Both hands, now use both hands. Oh, close your eyes. I am writing graffiti on your body. I am drawing the story of how hard we try. How hard we try. How hard we
Okay, and that was just a little more of any different, because balladies and bells, I guess, folk songs. I think they're pretty kick-ass tunes. Okay, just waiting for Douglas here. I think he's going to be back soon, and we'll continue with this tonight's topics. Let's see, the next song started. And Douglas, are you still like taking care of business there? As we had this this new premier of Ontario, he wanted to change our license plates. Right now they say yours to discover. We was thinking of changing it to open for business. Yeah.
Butter melts out of habit. You know the toast isn't even warm, and the waitress and the man in the plaid shirt play out a scene they've played so many times before. And I'm watching someone stumble home in the morning from a bar on the east side of town, and the coffee is just water dressed in brown. Well, beautiful but boring, he visited me yesterday, and he noticed my fingers, and he asked me if I would play, and I really didn't care a lot, but I couldn't think of a reason why not. I said, you don't come any closer, I don't mind if you stay. You know, my thighs have been involved in many accidents, and now I can't get insured, and I don't need to be lured by you. My cunt is built like a wound that won't heal, and now you don't have to ask how I feel. Well, now you know how I feel.
Okay, is everything all right?
So this one was really big in the little.
I don't hear anything.
In the West Village. They love
Is our man Pavel?
Okay,
Thank you.
glad to
Well,
hear you
that's,
back.
I appreciate
Excellent.
your patience. Okay,
He's gonna-
thank you. Bless you, dear brother. I assume I'm sorry, go ahead.
I'm just double checking the audio, and it's looking good. So yeah, welcome back. I just gotta take the sign off there. Okay.
Okay, thank you, good sir. And we want to say thank you to everybody who is confirming our status in terms of audio technology, that we're coming through loud and clear is apparent by comments entered by Jerry Small. Thanks to that dear Grandmadam, and Brandon Young, thanks to our dear brother in battle, and an affiliate from the old days, and Joseph Grisham, thanks to him. And Ramona Halitha Henry, our Grand Mod Aim, has entered her farewells for the night. God bless her. She, of course, has to work for a living, and so she will be catching up later, I would assume. And so I very much thank her for her services, as well as Jackie McCandless. Loud and clear is delivered by her. And we've got ourselves some others who may be giving us some feedback. If I do miss you, then my apologies. Hopefully we'll catch up with you at some point in the near future, and I'll be able to acknowledge what you've said. But other than that, I think we're being heard, or that's my general impression. And feedback seems positive on the audio quality. So I'll return to narrative. And I want to, now, before I return to narrative, do you feel that I handled the situation well concerning bellgap.com? It may be a bellgap.com now instead of a bellgap. Did you have anything you felt that you yourself could add to that right now before I go back into narrative about that situation?
I thought you covered it well, yeah. And at this point, right now, no, I don't have anything to add right now. But yeah, I think you did handle it well.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you so much. I appreciate that. That's important. And bless you. Okay, so in order to kind of restate this in a manner that is more, shall we say, accessible to people, or so that I can contextualize this, so it's a little easier to digest, because it's enormous, the concept that I'm demanding you wrap your brains around. The fact that the indigenous peoples of Amazonia macro-engineered the artificial lungs that produce the oxygen, or a great deal of the oxygen on which we sustain ourselves across the surface of planet Earth. These people have been proven in their accomplishments by an international team of ecologists and social scientists that has shown in a new study published on March 3rd in the journal Science that tree species domesticated and distributed throughout the Amazon basin by indigenous peoples prior 1492, the year Columbus came in his swath of destruction. What they did then continues to play an important role in modern day forests. So these new findings strongly refute the fantasy that Amazonian forests have been largely untouched by humanity. Quite the opposite, but true. They are gardens cultivated by humanity. The study was led by Carolina Levis, Levis, a PhD candidate at Brazil's National Institute for Amazonian Research. That's acronymous in the Portuguese as INPA. And it was coordinated with Wageningen University and Research Center in the Netherlands. Now, to quote Levis, for many years, ecological studies ignored the influence of pre-Columbian peoples on the forests we see today. We found that a quarter of Amazonia's domesticated species be widely distributed in the basin and dominate a large expanses of forest. Large expanses of forest, as a matter of fact, to quote them precisely. These results clearly indicate that the Amazonian flora is in part a surviving heritage of its past inhabitants. So the team made the discovery by overlaying data from well over 1,000 forest surveys of the Amazon Tree Diversity Network on a map of well over 3,000 archaeological sites across the Amazon. And by comparing forest composition at varying distances from archaeological sites, Their analysis generated the first ever Amazon-wide picture of how pre-Columbian peoples influenced, indeed created, Amazonian biodiversity. The study focused on 85 tree species known to have been domesticated by Amazonian peoples for food, shelter, or other uses over the last several thousand years. The researchers found that throughout the Amazon basins, these species were 5 times more likely to be common in tree surveys than non-domesticated species. Domesticated species were also found to be more common and more diverse in forests closer to archaeological sites. These 85 domesticated trees include well-known commercial species, where we get cocoa, acai or achai, and Brazil nuts and ice cream from. Species such as the cacao, the achai, and the Brazil nut tree. Now, Hans Terstege of Naturalist Biodiversity Center and coordinator of the Amazon Tree Diversity Network observed, the finding promises to heat up a long simmering debate among scientists about how thousands of years of human occupation in the Amazon basin have influenced modern day patterns of Amazonian biodiversity and challenges the myth many of us ecologists had and still entertain of this huge area. Now, the immensity of the size of Amazonian forests has historically hampered archaeological research and given the impression of an untouched landscape, but a large number of new archaeological sites have been discovered in recent years. And Charles Clement, the senior researcher at IMBA, Monhaus, and a co-author of the study, observes this lays to rest the long-standing myth of the so-called empty Amazon. Early European naturalists reported scattered indigenous populations living in huge and apparently virgin forests, and that idea has continued to fascinate the media, policymakers, development planners, and even scientists. This study confirms that even areas of the Amazon that look empty today are crowded with ancient footprints. The study has also pinpointed regions of the Amazon that today concentrate especially high diversities and large populations of domesticated species. Southwestern Amazonia, where large stands of Brazil nut trees remain in a foundation of local residents' livelihoods, they base their lives off them, is but one such example of the inherited legacy of the super garden of ancient Amazonia. In other regions, that being but one example, like the Guiana Shield towards the Venezuelan region, north in Brazil, domesticated species are less well represented, and the relationship between domesticated species and archaeological sites is less clear, highlighting the need for more research on the history of Amazonian occupation. Now, the degree to which the recent history of Amazonian settlements has affected the distribution and abundance of domesticated species in the Amazon basin also remains to be studied far more intensively. While the relatively small number of domesticated tree species used in the study I keep citing was sufficient to reveal a strong human signal in modern forests, the authors of same study point out that the signal may be even stronger than they have documented, since hundreds of other Amazonian tree species were also managed by pre-Columbian peoples, but not domesticated. In other words, pruned at the forest level. So undomesticated trees were still controlled. Untangling the complex interplay of historical, environmental, and ecological factors structuring approximately 16,000 species of Amazonian tree flora remains a focus of this team's work. The question be pressing, since both types of pre-Columbian heritage, archaeological sites, and forests with a strong historical component are at risk from deforestation, degradation, road building, mining, and a host of other threats under Jair Bolsonaro, who has promised to destroy it all. Per Andre Junqueira, surname spelled Junqueira, a postdoc at Wageningen University and Research Center, and a co-author of the study for his postdoctoral thesis, which he, of course, coordinated with the study itself, collaborated with it. He has confirmed that domesticated tree species are still vital nowadays for the livelihood of all Amazonian indigenous peoples. And per Flavia Constant, the researcher at IMPA and another co-author of the study, results of this study have important implications for conservation. We have shown that the southwestern and eastern regions concentrate the most domesticated species, and these be the regions where most forest degradation and loss be occurring. Southwestern and eastern Amazonia may not be considered classical biodiversity hotspots, but should be top conservation priorities as reservoirs of high-value forests for human populations. So what we're speaking of, what I'm trying to describe, is a cornucopia, a horn of plenty. Levies and her team used data from the Amazon Tree Diversity Network, that group of researchers who share information on palms and trees in the Amazon, to estimate biodiversity in this rainforest. And so far, scientists in the network identified 4,962 palm and tree species in the Amazon, essentially 5 of these species. And of the 85 domesticated woody species, Levies discovered that about 20 of them, such as Bertholletia excelsa or Bertholletia excelsa, that's Brazil nuts, and Theobroma cacao, that's cocoa plants, they were intensively overrepresented. So the researchers wanted to know whether this was because of human influence or the environment. So they compared the distribution of domesticated species to well over 3,000 known pre-Columbian archaeological sites and likely settlement areas, including near the banks of rivers, and domesticated species were much more likely to thrive wherever ancient people had lived than were non-domesticated species. And all told, about 20% of the distribution of domesticated species across the Amazon were proven to be driven by human influences, while 30% were likely due to environmental factors such as soil composition. But in the southwestern Amazon, which hosted large pre-Columbian populations, about 30% of distribution of domesticated species stemmed from human activities. Less than 10% was due to environmental conditions. So we've got an old versus new paradigmatic shift, a clash of axioms. Because ultimately, says Levies, this research proves that the Amazon has never been an untamed jungle, but a super garden ecosystem that humans have cultivated for ages, and their actions have left their indelible mark on the land. To quote she, people want to preserve pristine forests for conservation and to preserve life. But if this is true, if people enriched the forests by domesticating palms, that is also a cultural artifact. The trees that live in these populated areas be relics of a vibrant past. Now, the Brazilian state of Acre, A-C-R-E, as spelled, be home to nigh 1,000 mysterious earthworks, over 450 of them called geoglyphs, most built sometime between 2,000 and 650 years ago. So these mysterious Amazonian geoglyphs were built in already altered forests. Think about the the magnitude of what I'm relating to you. This is what Jair Bolsonaro, when he discovered that he did not destroy the evidence for the human creation of the Amazon rainforest by destroying the National Museum and lobotomizing the Brazilian brain, that the evidence be throughout the Amazon forest itself, then he swore that he would destroy the entire forest to eliminate forever the accomplishments of the First Nations, the original peoples of Brazil. Now, their enormous geometrical earthworks found in the Amazon rainforest were built after humans had already begun altering the forest ecology. But the purpose of these huge ditches remains mysterious. The geoglyphs, trenches as big as 11 meters wide and 4 meters deep, that would be 36 feet wide and 13 feet deep, were dug at various times between the 1st and 15th centuries. The geoglyphs were discovered in the 1980s when deforestation for cattle ranching and other agricultural purposes exposed the earthworks. They are studied by individuals like Jenny Watling, an archaeologist at the University of Sao Paulo in Brazil, who led the research while she was a doctoral candidate at the University of Exeter in the United Kingdom. The question, Watling told Live Science, was how the landscape looked when the geoglyphs were built. To quote us, Watling, there's been a very big debate circling for decades now about how pristine or man-made the Amazonian forests really are. The new study proves that humans have been altering these forests for about 4,000 years. You can prove this to yourself by looking at aerial photographs of the Amazon earthworks. They look like important pivotal nexi within the forest itself, which looks like nothing more or less than a giant two-dimensional circuit board. Now, all of this presents to us an electrically altered Amazon. Watling and her colleagues dug soil samples from holes 1.5 meters deep, that'd be about 5 feet in depth, at 2 geoglyph sites called Yacoçá and Fazenda Colorada, in the state of Acre in the far western Brazil. And they analyzed these soils for charcoal, which indicates burning activity, as well as for stable carbon isotypes, molecular variations of carbon that can reveal whether the plants that used to grow there were grassland or forest. Finally, the researchers examined the samples for phytoliths, microscopic plant remains that can help scientists identify specific ancient species. And the researchers found that the forest has been bamboo-dominated for at least 6,000 years, indicating a certain level of resiliency to climate change and human activity. Whereas the rainforest in nearby Bolivia converted to savanna about 6,000 years ago during a dry period in climate, the forest in Acre state stayed strong. The analyses proved that charcoal layers appeared about 4,000 years around the same time that archaeological evidence shows that humans moved into region. So the researchers report on February 6, yesteryear, in the journal Proceedings of the National Academy of Sciences, shows us more than I've even related so far. It articulates within that publication that the charcoal indicates fires, human set, were used to clear the forest. After humans started altering the landscape, palm trees became more common throughout the forest, as first revealed by the analysis so critical to this much published study that I'm sourcing from multiple journals. So people likely encourage palms to grow because they provided both food and building material. Palms are some of the first trees to come back after the forest is cleared. so confirmed by the researchers of this study, though palms are eventually outcompeted by larger, slower-growing trees. Because palms remained plentiful for around 3,000 years, humans were likely altering this cycle, preventing newer trees from overtaking the useful palms via forest pruning. After the geoglyphs were abandoned about 650 years ago, palms became less common again, as confirmed by the research. That brings us to the geoglyph mysteries. With human activities beginning some 4,000 years ago, the 2,000-year-old geoglyphs are relative newcomers to the archaeological scene. To quote a Swatling, the geoglyphs were actually built within forests that had already long been altered. People were already there, changing the composition of the forest. Maize and squash, that's corn and pumpkins, were grown near the earthworks, as proven by Watling via earlier research. But archaeologists have not seen evidence of villages or even persistent dwellings there. However, there be signs that rituals were conducted there, namely smashed decorated pots found near the entrances to some geoglyphs. People might have come to the geoglyph site sporadically, perhaps during harvest seasons, to gather food from the prehistoric supermarket. There's loads of fragmented pottery shards amidst the enormous number of geoglyphs, and we don't know why. Geoglyphs are found all over the world. Famous examples include the Nazca lines in Peru that I've been comparing to give you an example of what's being found in the Amazon. There's dozens of geometric shapes in Kazakhstan and wagon wheel designs in Jordan. But all of this will be destroyed if Jair Bolsonaro carries out his objectives. Now, Brazil's president is determined to act upon his pre-poll statements via Amazonia and its natives. So Brazil's indigenous peoples must brace for war. Circa 1992, a series of programs and celebrations were announced to commemorate the quincentenary of the discovery of the Americas by Christopher Columbus. However, these festivals were marred, if you will, by serious protests across the entire region of Latin America, challenging the so-called discovery and referring it as a process of centuries of colonization, slavery, and genocide for all indigenous peoples of both North and South America, all the American hemisphere. Questions were also raised about the authenticity and true nature of the so-called discovery of Christopher Columbus, given that millions of indigenous peoples already inhabited these regions of the Western Hemisphere. Latin America had been home to highly advanced cultures and civilizations like the Aztecs, the Maya, and the Incas, who had successfully ruled the region for centuries. The Spanish and Portuguese colonizations included serious campaigns for exterminating the native populations. This was the case of Argentina and Chile, as was the case of enslavement in Brazil, through Haiti, in the Caribbean, as the natives were forced to work on plantations or to labor in mines, as was the case of Peru and Mexico. Those who were not killed as part of the military campaigns of colonization and occupation died due to various European diseases like thyroid, cholera, smallpox, and even the common cold. The colonizers enslaved them and coerced them to work in transplanted European agrarian structures. These feudal agrarian structures were imposed on the natives who always sought routes of escape. The Indians had practiced self-sustaining methods as part of community living, surviving, and being with nature as one. They were soon disposed of their lands, their culture, and their traditions extinguished, and all their traditional knowledge systems and environment completely destroyed. Their numbers diminished alarmingly, and they were positioned at the bottom in the conventional social structure all across Latin America. They were placed just above the black slaves brought from Africa. They always remained the other, excluded from mainstream decision-making. In the next few hundred years, modernization and development called for a new policy towards the Indians. This meant their assimilation of those who had survived into Latin American societies, which not only cut them off from their own roots, but also meant the loss of their native languages and cultures. In fact, a recent study stated that the total numbers of indigenous peoples in Latin America are less than 5% of the total population. Additionally, it'd be immensely problematic to define indigeneity, indigenousness, throughout Latin America, given that the forceful assimilation policy initiated by governments have led to situations where identifying an indigenous person based on the general accepted parameters of identity be almost impossible. Thus, it be universally accepted that Indians have been the most serious victims of colonization, modernization, and development throughout Latin America. One of the few countries with a large indigenous population at all throughout Pan America be Brazil. The Portuguese occupied Brazil circa 1500, and thereon, its Indians were almost wiped out. Subsequently, it was the Progressive Constitution of 1988 that, for the first time, not only emphasized on human rights, but guaranteed the indigenous peoples' rights under Article 231. It recognized both cultural and territorial rights of indigenous peoples based on their traditional heritage. In addition, Article 67 ordered the demarcation of all indigenous territory within the next 5 years. Linked to the fate and the well-being of the Indians of Brazil be the future of the Amazonian rainforest, one of the largest storehouses of biodiversity in the world. The largest indigenous groups, some 305 distinct tribes, live in Amazonia, where more than half the number has had no contact whatsoever with the outside world. The indigenous people's interests are taken care of by two organizations. In Portuguese, they are acronymous as FUNAI and IBAMA, FUNAI and IBAMA. The former be the government's Indigenous Affairs Department, which is charged with protecting indigenous lands, whereas the IBAMA be the Environmental Enforcement Agency in Amazonia. Of late, Amazonia and its Indians are threatened by large agribusinesses, landed ranchers, gold smugglers, and loggers. President of Brazil, Jair Bolsonaro's statements throughout his election campaigns have not worked at alienating Indians, but volubly appear to crystallize the vitriolic hostility of Eurocentrism, especially his statements against the natives, their lands, and Amazonia itself as what he calls an abomination. He interprets the artificial lungs of planet Earth macro-engineered by the original inhabitants of the European Empire of Brazil as an affront to the natural order. Many indigenous leaders have voiced their fears and concerns about the future of their lands and culture. They see an existential threat to both the Indians and Amazonia. There would be, it appears to many, a structured institutionalization of a policy of annihilating the indigenous peoples and commercially exploiting Amazonia, their super garden. However, Bolsonaro's statement should not be seen in a vacuum, as previous Brazilian governments have had execrable track records in putting the Constitution's directives in place. For instance, the formal demarcation of indigenous land remains incomplete, and none of the previous governments have made serious attempts to do so. In fact, under President Henrique Cardoso, a decree number 1775, which was about the administrative procedure of demarcation of indigenous lands, was converted into law. To this, a legal mechanism was added by which prosperous landowners, loggers, and miners could claim access to indigenous lands and appeal against the demarcation to benefit from these commercial ventures. This was widely seen, especially in the case of the Guarani Kiowa territory. Kiowa. It's spelled Guarani-Kiowa. Within the Guarani Kiowa territory in Mato Grosso do Sul, the Mato Grosso of the South, in the Yanomami area of northern Brazil, in the territory of Raposa Serra do Sol, among others, it actually crosses the provincial lines of Brazil, like an Indian reservation that straddles two separate American states, similar to that. Now, that's one area where you've had a case of exploitationists appealing and ultimately overruling constitutional law on the basis of business exceptionalism, commercial privilege. Concerns have also been raised about the declining effectiveness of FUNAI and IBAMA, these two acronymous organizations, which are already suffering due to serious budget cuts by previous governments, the divestiture that I was so articulating. And Bolsonaro, his objective to build roads, other infrastructure projects, and allow mining in public lands in Amazonia, is intended to lead to increasing cases of violence against the Indians themselves and their environment. Invasions of indigenous lands will increase with these environmentally destructive development projects and will cause pollution of natural resources, the very nature on which the Indians rely for physical and cultural survival. Now, many indigenous peoples have already died or been seriously injured in these conflicts. While these conflicts have exposed them to various infectious diseases, these will bring out in the open those tribes which remained uncontacted, incommunicado, for centuries. Observers also point out that the cases of violence will continue unabated without any fear of impunity under Bolsonaro, who has sworn to exterminate all American Indians and deforest their garden of the Amazon. The picture painted be grim. A fair assessment of the scenario will need answers to some of the following questions. Bolsonaro's announcements must be questioned and challenged, as he will take his poll promises to browbeat the Constitution of Brazil, violating human rights and destroying Amazonia for commercial profit. Interestingly, most of the countries in the Western Hemisphere are following events in Brazil because Amazonia provides an umbrella protection in terms of environment, and any destruction thereof would impact all in region, the conflict between the two sides, the environmentalist Greens and the industrial strength Grays, will lead to a chaos which will undermine the shaky political setup of Brazil itself and instigate civil war. Because the natives and the blacks who escaped slavery by fleeing into the forest to integrate themselves under protection of the Indians, the black-red coalition of races that dominate the North will struggle for their very survival and the protection of their super garden from the white supremacist South, whose middle class consists of the largest population of Japanese outside the Empire of Japan itself. However, the bottom line be that the indigenous people will have to brace themselves for a very long war against destructive development, as they be the guardians of the nature they themselves macro-engineered thousands of years agone. Now you might ask, how does that impact the rest of the world? Aside from the depletion of the world's oxygen, which will leave many of us oxygen deprived, if Gandhi was indeed a breatharian and living off air, we're not even going to have that as a source of sustenance in the manner of availability that we've had to this point on planet Earth, when deprived of our artificial lungs in the Amazon, we become more air thin, heading towards a mirror Mars, where we won't be able to live without oxygen suits in the most extreme scenario. Now, to evade that potential reality, we have to deal with reality in this United States here and now, where America faces genuine crises. But we have a puppet president installed by a hostile foreign power that's fixated on a fake crisis. The partial government shutdown, which we experienced the opening month of this year, which extended into nigh 2 months of national crises in and of itself, generating ever more spiraling crises, collateral, its imposition. All of that should have been enough to have led to our own revolution or civil war. It was that serious. And yet, the lack of a border wall, which was used to justify that shutdown, was not a crisis at all. As I myself have noted in past transmissions, the number of apprehensions at the southern border is down 75% since the year 2000. Immigrants are more law-abiding than any native-born American. And most drugs come through legal points of entry. Legal ports. Don't take my word for it. Representative Will Hurd, surname spelled H-U-R-D, a Republican of Texas, whose district included 820 miles of the United States-Mexico border, has himself confirmed that the border crisis is a myth, a fantasy, and the wall a 3rd century solution to a 21st century problem. Now, chief executives have a limited amount of time and energy. While President Trump is fixated on a faux crisis, he's ignoring any number of actual crises that I can articulate in summation via very concise debriefing. One be climate change. Both the United States government and the United Nations have issued reports reflecting the consensus of climate scientists, which warn that global warming be accelerating. New studies find that United States greenhouse gas emissions rose 3.4% yesteryear, circa 2018. The oceans are heating up 40% faster than the United Nations estimated just 5 years ago. And ice in Greenland and Antarctica is melting much faster than predicted. We are seeing a rise in sea levels that would result in the inundation of island communities around the globe, devastating wildlife habitats, and threatening all drinking water supplies currently available. We have a national epidemic of gun violence. The United States has more guns than motherfucking people. And almost 40,000 people died of gun violence the year before yesteryear, circa 2017, the largest level in half a fucking century. Nearly 2/3 of gun deaths are self-inflicted, according to the gun control group Everytown for Gun Safety. The United States gun suicide rate is 8 times that of all other high-income nations. Meanwhile, the United States gun homicide rate is 25 times that of other high-income countries. Citing data from the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, I know that firearms are the second leading cause of death for American children and teenagers. And then we have opioids. Drugs are killing even more people than guns. More than 70,000 Americans died of drug overdoses the year before yesteryear, a record number because of the popularity of fentanyl, a synthetic opioid 50 times stronger than heroin. The number of fentanyl overdose deaths was up 45% since 2016 and 833% since 2013. The New York Times writes that drug overdoses have contributed to a fall in life expectancy and are now the leading cause of death for adults under 55 years of age. I'm still in that range, where I could go that way. And don't think I haven't tried. And then there's debt. The Committee for a Responsible Federal Budget notes that despite a strong economy, albeit one that's weakening, the budget deficit is projected to hit $1 trillion United States dollars, or did so yesteryear, and public debt exceeded 160% of gross domestic product, or will do so by 2050. And the group warns that by 2041, 100 years after the attack on Pearl Harbor, spending on Social Security, health care, and interest will exceed all revenue. That essentially means every dollar Congress approves, whether for defense, education, or basic research, will be financed with borrowed money. By 2050, interest will be the single largest federal spending program. And all this brings us to what brought us Jair Bolsonaro, the man who threatens to increase global warming by orders of magnitude via his intended destruction of the Amazon. Autocratic authoritarianism. Autocratic authoritarians have taken power in countries inclusive of Bolivia, Brazil, Magyarország or Hungary, Nicaragua, the Philippines, Katagalugan in the Tagalog language, Poland, Serbia, and these United States. Dictators have already destroyed democracy in Egypt, Russia, Thailand, Turkey, and Venezuela. Freedom House, a nonprofit organization that monitors democracy and the health thereof around the world, finds that democracy be in retreat all across the surface of the earth, even in these United States. Even when they aren't undermining democracy per se, the authoritarians are waging war on good government. The United Kingdom has no Brexit plan, but faces a Halloween deadline to exit European Union, all brought about by Cambridge Analytica, a vote stuffing, a ballot stuffing, electronic ballot stuffing organization, a terrorist arm of motherfucking Russia. This same Cambridge Analytica, which helped destroy the United States, which now be mired in a record-setting government shutdown that is still having its implications, its effects on us, even months after it was called off by Donald Trump earlier this year. And of course, there's China and Russia. Xi Jinping and Vladimir Putin are the world's foremost champions of authoritarian autocracy, dictatorship. Russia helped to elect Donald Trump and to pass Brexit. China has been exerting influence from Australia to Africa. Both the Russian and Chinese empires are building up their armed forces and aggressing against their neighbors. Putinist Russia invaded Georgia and Ukraine, while Communist China has de facto annexed the South China Sea. They are also turning ever more repressive, with Xi Jinping imprisoning 1 million members of the Turkish Uyghur minority of Eastern Turkestan, what the Communist Chinese Empire occupies as Western China, the Uyghurian nation, and to the north, Vladimir Putin presiding over the suspicious murders of opposition leaders and journalists. Now that's just listing our most urgent crises. Other problems such as crumbling infrastructure, cybersecurity, terrorism, wage stagnation, and unaffordable healthcare could easily be added. What's depressing be that one of the few crises I've listed that Donald Trump has tried to address be opioids. He signed legislation in October yesteryear to combat this scourge, but showing where his priorities lie, he's tweeted about opioids only 16 times, compared with, the last time I checked, some 627 tweets about the motherfucking border. At least that's better than his response to climate change, which he treats as a joke. And on his, oh God, when I think of his response to gun violence, Trump won't do anything meaningful because he'd be so beholden to the Russian international terrorist network, acronymous as the NRA, the National Rifle Association. Trump be confronting Communist China on trade, although not on the South China Sea, or the mass interned Uyghur population of China, but he largely kowtows to Vladimir Putin. Trump be indifferent to the debt crisis, even saying on record, "I won't be here when it blows up." The debt bomb, that is. That's the kind of man the Trump cultists hold up as their messiah. And of course, when it comes to autocratic authoritarianism, Trump be integral the problem, not the solution. How can the government address the most pressing crises we face when the president won't even acknowledge they exist? Now, let me contextualize those problems now so that you understand how interrelated they be. And the only viable response. Immigration, guns, and climate change are inextricably interconnected. They are all interrelated. You learn something new every day. And today, you will learn 3 new things about the immigrant crisis, which Trump is so obsessed with. First, you're going to learn that the nations the immigrants be fleeing from really are among those with the highest rates of violent deaths in all the world. El Salvador has the 2nd highest rate of violent deaths worldwide. Honduras has the 4th highest rate, and Guatemala has the 17th highest rate. This information be from a report I'm sourcing entitled Global Violent Deaths, subtitled Time to Decide, from the Small Arms Survey, a nonprofit organization researching the pandemic, the international plague of firearms death. Secondly, you will learn from myself that United States gun laws be a significant driver of Central American violence. In Real Clear Policy's 2015 report, which I just recently got around to reviewing, entitled United States Guns, Central American Violence with a question mark, I read that nearly half the guns, half the goddamn guns seized from criminals in El Salvador originated in these United States, with 38% in Honduras and a quarter, or 24%, in Guatemala. Thirdly, you are now going to learn that climate change is a key factor forcing families to flee from Mexico and all Central America. Most of the greenhouse gas emissions currently disrupting the world's climate source from the United States. We Americans have released more greenhouse gases into the atmosphere than any other nation state on the face of the earth. Already deadly droughts, hurricanes, floods, and mudslides are making life difficult and deadly for tens of thousands of people throughout Mexico and Central America, driving them from their own homes. When there be no rain, there be no harvest, and with no harvest, there be no food. Much of the region from which the refugees be fleeing is part of the dry corridor, which extends from Guatemala through El Salvador and Honduras into Nicaragua. It is inhabited by many poor small farmers who depend on seasonal rainfall for their very sustenance. The Honduran government acknowledges that 400,000 people be at risk of starvation. There has been a drought in area for a decade. This is just the beginning of a wave of refugees moving out of an area that be suffering from not only a prolonged drought, but is still recovering from the 1998 Hurricane Mitch, which destabilized the government, allowing gangs to thrive. If all that isn't bad enough, refugees' problems be made worse by our president, who wrongly and irresponsibly labels these people rapists and murderers, who he claims will overrun our country if he doesn't stop them. One of the most vicious actions he has taken to date, which caused untold misery and heartache, was to separate well over 2,000 children from their parents permanently. Our actions, from firearms to climate change, have intensified all these problems, driving so many families north. Our president's evil-spirited border policy be compounding the misery being heaped on these immigrants by this American empire. We need to have the courage to acknowledge our complicity in creation of this crisis. We need to develop and enforce immigration policies that be both fair and humane. And we need to make amends for our actions, which have inflicted so much misery on our neighbors. And the only force that can beat climate change be military. As I've said, we need to dismantle our military as it currently stands and reinstitute the draft to incept a people's army, a popular force like that which was mobilized for World War II. Because an American military is the only institution that can break the partisan deadlock on the worst threat the nation faces. The precise extent of human-induced climate change be unclear, but the basic science be unequivocal, as is the danger it poses to these United States. This threat comes from the direct impact of climate change on agricultural production and sea levels, but equally importantly, from the huge waves of migration that climate change will inevitably cause, on a scale that even the world's richest states and societies will be unable either to prevent or accommodate. Yet for 2 out of the past 4 United States administrations, action on this issue has been frozen due to the refusal of a large section of the political establishment and electorate to accept the clear scientific evidence that this threat exists at all. And the Trump administration has now decided to remove climate change entirely from the list of security threats to these United States under its new National Security Strategy, acronymous as NSS. The most urgent and important task facing climate change activists in these United States be to persuade the United States national security establishments of the mistakenness of this decision. If no serious progress can be made under this administration, then concentrated thought must be dedicated to placing climate change at the heart of the next administration's NSS and of United States security thinking in general. This is because the most promising avenue to convince reactionary American voters and to generate genuinely serious action in these United States against climate change would be to firmly establish the link between global warming and critical issues of national security. The threat should be obvious, but even before Donald Trump took office, the security elites in these United States and other major countries had not yet really integrated this reality into their thinking. Thus, the vast majority of reporting and analysis of security issues in the Persian Gulf relates to classic, now anachronistic security threats: the future of the Iran nuclear deal, the geopolitical and religious rivalry between Saudi Arabia and Iran, the Saudi-led boycott of Qatar, their war in Yemen, and on and on. Almost unnoticed by security institutions has been a report from the Massachusetts Institute of Technology, the MIT, which confirms that by the last quarter of this century, climate change is likely to make it impossible for people in the Persian Gulf and all South Asia, the arc that covers Southwest Asia through India, to operate in the open for much of the year due to a combination of extreme heat waves and humidity. You've heard the complaint, it's not the heat, it's the humidity. Throughout all of Southwest Asia through South Asia, that arc from the Mediterranean Levantine, dominated by Israel, down to the Indian Ocean, it will be so hot and humid, the overwhelming majority of the population will not be able to operate in the open. They will die of exposure should they venture out of their hovels, and most will likely die within their hovels. In other words, a fourth of humanity will perish. South Asia is currently home to the largest concentration of people in the world, many of them engaged in agriculture. If the MIT forecast proves true, what will future historians say about the current security preoccupations of the Persian Gulf and South Asian governments and their Western allies? Much of the failure to adapt comes from the security establishments themselves. I myself am a security expert, and I can tell you that these security establishments were established initially to meet the classical security threats of external invasion and domestic rebellion, and evolved throughout the Cold War to meet the combined military and ideological threat of Soviet communism. Very little in their experience and structures equips them to think seriously about a completely new threat like climate change. Generals are always fighting the last war. And it's more challenging than ever for these generals or security chiefs to conceptualize climate change, especially since its worst impacts will hit far beyond the timescale of the usual military scenarios, which are extraordinarily limited in terms of prosecution. Sometimes they simply cannot even recognize the existence of these challenges, since to do so would be to risk admitting their own redundancy. There be honorable exceptions to this pattern, such as the American Security Project and the Center for Climate and Security. Unfortunately, however, their voices have too often been drowned out by those trumpeting the importance of traditional, but actually far less important challenges to American security. New threats from Putinist Russia and Communist China have only worsened this problem. Even European think tanks specializing in foreign and security policy, though they take climate change much more seriously, generally place it in a separate box from security issues, thus ensuring that most security experts will never read their reports. Now, when I was a Department of Defense research librarian, I personally experienced how experts on, say for instance, Pakistan, who focus on short-term security threats to a nation like that, completely ignore the existential long-term threat posed by the combination of climate change, population growth, and poor use of water resources. But climate change activists must also shoulder some of the blame. All too many have a visceral aversion to thinking about or recognizing the legitimacy of national security issues. The main threat from the left be their inability